welcome to day 2 of the SDOH Symposium. We are kicking off today with our keynote speakers, Beth, Beyer, and Claudia Galeno-Sanchez. Fortunately, Claudia did wake up to be sick, so she won't be here today, but Beth is still here to present their keynote address. So a little introduction. Beth Beyer is the Executive Director of the Tech Alliance, whose mission involves fostering community partnerships to open new worlds through technology and create a positive difference in natural environments and online learning spaces. Claudia Galeno-Sanchez is the Executive Director of Militourism, an organization that unites women in leadership roles to expand green spaces and increase the number of pollinators in the Pilsen neighborhood. Together, they are presenting Butterflies Rising, Mariposas, and Essential.
We're going to start with a video.
Yo creo que la mariposa de su color naranja tan bonito tiene la magia de transformar vidas, de transformar vecindarios, tiene la influencia, el carisma de llegar a nuestros corazones y de enamorarnos. Nuestra casa es como un santuario para las mariposas, pero también es un santuario para una idea. La idea de salvar a las mariposas monarcas y también la idea de la importancia de ayudarnos como comunidad. Esto se va a convertir en crisálida y después de crisálida va a salir la mariposa. Este verano, desafortunadamente, no tuvimos muchas mariposas. Es difícil decirlo y es difícil aceptar que estamos perdiendo la mariposa monarca. Va a llegar un momento donde no va a ser posible recuperar el número de mariposas monarcas. Pero yo siento que todavía estamos a tiempo.
Wow, that's amazing, right?
Me toca dar voz a las mariposas, me toca dar voz a los polinizadores, me toca dar voz a las plantas. Porque desafortunadamente ellos no nos están haciendo ningún daño y tampoco tienen una voz para defenderse. Pero los seres humanos sí la tenemos y tenemos que usarla.
So this trailer is from the documentary Sueños de una Monarca, Dreams of a Monarch. The film was created and filmed by Julian Trejo Box. It has not yet shown. It's going to show at the upcoming Fresh Coast Film Festival on Saturday, October 18th. But unfortunately, the film's lead, Claudia, developed a fever and bronchial cough yesterday. I could notice a change in her voice over the course of the day. But thanks to Monica Fox, Magic Box Productions, we have footage of us and her sharing her story. So we are prepared. We prepared videos to back up because so much has been changing in Chicago lately, and we wanted to be ready. So here we can share, at least today, some of her perspective on our story. A little bit about when I was asked to be a keynote speaker, they said something about like, can you try to inspire people who are here today, the 2025 fellows, to try to take their projects, the things that they found meaningful, and do something more with them. So today, what I'm trying to do with this project is talk a little bit about how can we document the work, how can we make a difference with our projects, both within the mapping that we do and as we move forward. I'm going to discuss our partnership, which focuses on creating green spaces where monarch butterflies can rest during their migration from as far north as Canada to the United States to Mexico. After transforming her Chicago home into a monarch butterfly sanctuary, Claudia Galeno-Sanchez, an environmental activist, Mexican immigrant mother, is on a mission to save the monarch butterfly, a symbol of great importance to her family and millions of others in the United States. And the title of this presentation, Hope, Environment, and Art, is Butterflies Rising, in honor of the monarch and all those it inspires to make our world a healthier place to live and grow together. I'm Beth Beyer, the Executive Director of the Technology Alliance. I am a 2024 SDOH in Place Fellow, and I'm the creator of the Heat Chicago app. So today what we're going to do is we're going to go a little bit through the Heat Chicago app, and then we're going to talk a little bit about the concept of hope, environment, and art. Before we get any further, we're going to start to get into like how can we possibly do community mapping, what might it look like. I ended up creating a story map using the open source software called Story Map from the Night Lab at Northwestern. And then we're going to talk about how we were better together, working together, what we were able to do, show you visually, and then give a little bit of time to some of the work that Women for Green Spaces is doing around the Chicago area, and then wrap up a little bit with some of our next steps and how you can help. So this is a picture of Heat Chicago, and you can see it's an asset map, and then this is, I could take you in there in theory. Let's see if this goes here. There's sort of a click. Do you want to go ahead and click on Heat Chicago? The top one?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get there. Okay. And you can kind of see these neighborhoods all dotting along the Chicago area. These are the different spaces. Perfect, thank you. So Heat Chicago actually started with the concepts that started with the gathering spaces. These are kind of cool down here. These are pictures. Let's see if I can scroll up here a little bit. So, and if you could scroll down just a little bit on that one so you can see the image. Over there. So each of these gathering spaces was worked on with the community. This was worked on with the African American community, and they had Sankofa for the Earth as their design. But within each of these asset points, we actually have activities, and the activity in this one is called More Than One Story. So in theory, people could go to visit this space, and on their phone, they would have the ability to go in and do this activity. So if you want to just go ahead and close it up. So we started with some of this kind of how can we do this and finding different spaces around Chicago. Again, these are some close-ups of some of the gathering spaces. But the other thing that happened for me was that we were having conversations with people like Jeremy Strickland from IDNR, who's in our audience today, about how we could make climate action happen with Chicago Wilderness Alliance. And so we were thinking about all these ways that we could do it, but what was happening was I was seeing all these maps of this yellow to red to green to like what was going to happen in terms of the mapping. How could we show all the beautiful places in Chicago? So you can kind of see this and think about how we can combine art and green spaces. So the criteria for the app that I created had to do with coming up with inclusive spaces in Chicago that could provide connection to community and environment through art, and then provide links to these spaces and places where there was also curriculum that they could use for families, teachers, visitors, and other people seeking out this kind of information. Gathering spaces, Chicago Tree Project, Chicago Sculpture Exhibits, and gardens are all the ones that surfaced as most important. And then I started to go through the SDOH in place toolkit and learn how to code some of these spaces and places using art. So here is the code. Here is my mapping of the GPS locations. And there's a little design there in R. But then I moved on to UMAP because I felt like it was really a nice, user-friendly application where I could just kind of create my points. But I was also able to add things like the visuals as well as the auditory music behind the scenes. So I thought that's great, but can I do a little bit more? And that's where I started exploring Leaflet and getting into coding. And I'm so grateful for the office hours because I really didn't have an understanding of how this all came together without a little bit of help. So thank you, SDOH mentors. And I began the soft launch of the HEAT app, which is still available on the Climate Action link on our website at Tech Alliance, www.techalliance.org. So we talked a little bit about this. Some of the things that I found in HEAT were we were having stories like Jimmy Lee. He actually worked with Martin Luther King Jr. So basically what I was finding is I didn't really have to create these projects in Chicago. They already existed. All we had to do was highlight them and then try to figure out how we would build asset pieces within them. we started looking at representation across Chicago. Where are these assets? And where don't we find assets represented in East Chicago? And what could be done to further highlight and co-create assets in neighborhoods? And that's when the idea came up of, let's go and do more with like neighborhoods. But before we go there, I wanted to give you guys 3 to 4 minutes right now to meet the people at your table and introduce yourselves and share a favorite childhood memory of space or place in nature. So it's 10 after right now, and at quarter after we'll regroup again. So just take some time together and get to know each other. Hi.
My name is Monica. Very nice. My brother was always angry about it. Favorite space or place? I grew up very around. Going down to Honey. I lived across the street from the tourist spot. Oh yeah, of course. My mom's from Portland, Oregon, so when I was younger, it's just that there's so much things. So I really think we have yeah, it's insane. There was something hungry and my sister picked down. I have 2 egos, that's okay. Yeah. Like we're right to sleep.
Wasn't all
Okay, take about another minute to wrap up, and we're going to see if we can get something from each table. So, see if there's someone who wants to volunteer something.
You win.
When you brought up the fishing, is there money? Is there opportunity to go out?
Okay, if I can have everyone's attention, please. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start with the table on the far side over here. Is there anything you guys would like to share about? Yeah, go for it.
I wanted to. Hi. Okay, I'm Gill, and something that I shared with the group was related to something I did with animals. So I grew up in Uganda, and that's where my love for animals started from. So working with mountain gorillas and lions, buffaloes. So it was quite exciting, and I always think about how can we protect that habitat for those animals, as well as protecting the space for the animals. Yeah, so it's quite exciting.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, next table, you can pass it to.
Hi, I'm Bryce. I shared that I'm from Oahu, Hawaii, and one of my favorite places growing up was a beach called Keiki on the North Shore side, and the beach was kind of a reoccurring theme for our group as like a childhood memory. So yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
Hi, I'm Parth, and one of the sort of recurring themes for us was being able to go camping and fishing and just staying out with nature that way.
Awesome, awesome, thank you.
One of the things we spoke about at our table were the closeness that some of us had to our waste production systems, and so how there's now, as time has gone on, a bit more of a divorcing of where things go when we're not using them. We also spoke about access to place and being able to see the stars and light pollution and how that kind of changes experiences. And then I didn't hear what the two of you said, so I'm going to pass you the mic.
We were discussing like a tree, like there was this one tree that like all the neighborhood kids would like go and meet at. So kind of like using nature to orient yourself in the world around you.
Wonderful.
We talked about trees as features of many of our spaces, and water, and like things that trees provide, like shade and entertainment, watching the leaves, like watching the wind move the leaves. And we also talked about distance to those spaces and having to travel to get to those spaces for some of us.
Wonderful, thank you.
That's a good move right there. I think we mostly spoke anecdotally about the places that we enjoyed, standing in a stream in a friend's backyard, hanging out in the trees when you had an opportunity, touching grass perhaps. Me having traveled across the United States several times and seeing national parks of all sorts of different places. So it was a nice conversation.
Oh, that's wonderful, thank you. So I don't know if this table wants to share at all. Anything you would come up with? Yeah, something you remember from a childhood memory or?
Yeah, so I grew up in Champaign-Urbana, so I'm a born and bred Midwesterner. And like all Midwesterners, we really like standing outside and watching storms as they roll in across the country.
Definitely.
Yeah. I see some assent from the crowd. So my parents had a big south-facing porch, and so as the storm rolled in from west to east, we would see it come in, and in the summer my mom has all of her herbs and her plants, so we'd see the wind come in and just rustle. We could see the wind rush through the trees, we could see it rustle through our plants. Sometimes the wind would be from the south and we'd have to step way back against the wall. So just again, growing up with just in my parents' house and watching everything come in from, the relative safety of a covered porch.
That's wonderful. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I mean, where we're going with some of this is thinking about these green spaces. What is a green space? We were all talking about that a little bit yesterday. How do we define it? But these reflections on connecting with nature is sort of where we're going with our open environment in our project. Is finding these spaces across Chicago where people say, "This is my favorite place to go," whatever, and have this moment in time. And then we're trying to create even more of these as we move forward. We're also looking at things like engaging art and people with nature in places like they don't get to go to, like coral reefs.
So I brought something today, and I'll pass this around to you guys. This is a crocheted coral.
And a crochet coral project. I think it's on here, yeah. Art that connects people with nature. So if those of you who know me well know that I love coral, and I've actually worked a lot with Chicago Public Schools and coral, and people used to say, what are you doing? We don't have coral in Chicago. And I'm like, yes, we do. It's in the limestone. It's in the walls. It's on the floors. We used to be on top of a coral reef. And so, like, connecting people with this in Chicago is still kind of challenging. But if you start to do things like crocheting or working with your hands, you start to get connected to things in a way that not only helps relieve anxiety, potentially, but also there's some really cool hyperbolic geometry that you can learn when you're doing this kind of stuff. And so these sisters, the Wertheim sisters, they actually initially lived in Australia before they moved back to Germany, and they were really inspired by the Great Barrier Reef to try to protect it. So that's how they got started with this. But in Urbana, Champaign-Urbana, during the pandemic, people were crocheting coral in driveways, and they were creating a coral exhibit, exactly, that actually showcased on the 2021 Satellite Reef Project, Gwen Montgomery and Jennifer Bergmark, and they are the ones that shared this coral that's going around the room here. But the idea is that all of a sudden you start working with these things and you start to care more about nature that you might not have a chance to be a part of. So those are some of the kinds of arts that we were interested in. We're also interested the next one. There we go. Actually, I want to go back one. I think there's one before this one. Yeah?
Want to go back?
Oh, yeah, just one. Yeah, okay, yeah. And then, and then we'll go forward to, let me see if I'll do this here. Yeah, okay. Then we also wanted to connect a little bit with the native plants and green spaces. There's a gentleman by the name of Alonzo, and he was part of the Fall Fellowship. He created this map. And actually, Claudia was here last December, and that's when I first met her, when Alonzo came and told everybody how wonderful it was of these gardens that were being created and all these trees that were being planted. And so we started to think about, like, could our nonprofit, the Tech Alliance, could we actually take this project and go at a neighborhood level, working with community, and start to try to figure out what inspired some of the stuff that's there. So there's a lot of eco art. There's a Mexican museum down there where they have the tour map that we could go see art along the walls of some of the community buildings. This is a co-op on the far right side here that has the flowers and the trees. The orange house with the butterflies painted is Claudia's house. And one of the things I really experienced being down in the Pilsen neighborhood is how these images of butterflies and gardens sort of inspired people to engage and plant their own gardens and encourage, and all of a sudden the butterflies started showing up. And that's the other thing I really noticed. Last year when I presented, I started with this, and I have this in here, I'm going to talk a little bit. I started with an audio clip featuring Albert Nakan's voice. He shared his anxiety about Hurricane Ida and the Choctaw tribe, which originally lived on an island off the coast of New Orleans that had been swept away. The tribe received federal funding for their relocation, was recognized as the first climate refugees. But I have to say, after less than a year of working with Claudia, I've all of a sudden had this shift where I'm no longer feeling as anxious. I'm saying, oh, wait a second, we can actually plant pollinator gardens. And I say that because in my neighborhood in East Lakeview, which is on the north side, I can visit it, I did, and I saw monarchs, I saw caterpillars, I saw bees, I saw all these things on these native plants. And 2 feet away, beautiful flowers, none of the other creatures. And the same thing we saw at Cooper Elementary School, we saw it at Orozco, we saw it. So there we are planting these native gardens and all these creatures are showing up. And I'm starting to feel like, oh my gosh, maybe we do have a solution. Again, somewhat inspired by the art that's there, but also inspired by the work that's being done to create these way stations for monarchs all the way across from Canada. Again, you can see they go to Mexico in this case, and then there's also a western group of monarchs. So we started to figure out how we could work together and be better together, how we started, what we're doing in our next steps or the next couple of slides. And we started by, let's write letters to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service because they were trying to set up this program to protect the monarchs. And so our kids at Roscoe started writing letters. And then we started with some small funding, but significant, from the SDOH in place and Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. We were able to help host these workshops. And so in the course of this, I'm going to go ahead and take you on a little tour of what we did. I can click on this. There we go. Yep. So we use the software, as I mentioned earlier, this NightLab software to, there's the story map software. So if you guys want to create a map yourself, you can do that. And if you want to go ahead and close that, we'll go back into the next book. And then here is a story map that tells the story of Claudia and I working together. So I was able to put this watercolor map underneath, and you can probably see the little icons are from that initial picture that that child drew. So we were able to create the icon there, and with support, Joan helped us get it so it was smooth on the background there, with no extra edges. And I'm going to go ahead and start exploring. Okay, so here we were last December in the same center, and that's where Claudia and I met. Let me see. I'm trying to.
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I'm still learning the technology here.
I got it.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
I got it now, yeah. So then we went from here, I got to go visit Claudia's house, which was just totally amazing. And this is a community project where people in the neighborhood, thanks to Hector Duarte, who's a local artist, helped design all these butterflies all around her house. The gardens, you can see a lot of these flowers, and a lot of these are actually milkweeds that are going out into gardens. And then this is the letter that we wrote together, the SDOH in place, along with the Roscoe Elementary, the HEAT Project, and Mujeres por Espacios Verdes. They created butterfly garden signs. We had a workshop. We'll show you a video of that and just some more photos from that in just a minute. We sent letters to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Over 90 letters were sent. We ran a workshop with folks from SDOH in place where we came in and helped them learn about how to plant the plantings. And this is in Hector Duarte's studio. And then we went and we got plants from Evanston Rose on the north side. And I think what's kind of cool about this software is if you look on the side here, you can sort of see how things are, let's zoom in just a little bit. You can kind of see where these icons are showing up. Yep, and then zoom back up. Yeah. That's like on the north side of Chicago. When I click here, let's go forward. All of a sudden we go down to the other part of the city. We were looking for swamp milkweed at Urban Rivers. We couldn't find it. So then we went to the west side. A friend of mine loves native plants and has done a lot of Christy Weber to make that happen. So I knew they had swamp milkweed, so we went and visited them and took some of that swamp milkweed. There it is. And we planted it. And again, you can look on the left side. See over there, you can kind of see where we're going on the map at the same time we've got our images. And there is a car full of flowers that Monica brought to donate to the gardens. And this is one of the structures that Claudia had in her house to grow the monarchs. And she wasn't really using it, so she's like, I could donate that to the local elementary school. And so we got people that were doing a service day to carry it over to the local elementary school and plant it. And then have a place for the monarchs to go so the kids could see what was going on. Another garden that we worked with is actually at Whittier Elementary School, and that's this garden here. We brought some plants to share with that garden, and this is us working together, and we're watering veggies. And then there's a garden called Keeler Garden. It's on the north side of Chicago. It's this woman that actually does this with her house. She plants garden stuff in the front and the back, and then provides things as starters for people to use. So Emily Parkinson, you'll see a picture in just a minute, she was our horticulture expert that helped with the training with some of the planting workshop. She had a connection there, so she went all the way up to the north side to get some more plants, and then brought them to share with us in Pilsen to plant in the garden. And then, thanks to the researchers at SDOH and Bryce, we started to map like what different plants were planted and where they were. So that kind of gave us gives you like a flavor visually of like this, what's actually happened in time. Close it up. But if we were wondering about like, and again, what I'm doing here is just kind of in this learn by doing phase, trying to think of what else can I do besides my heat map? What else can I do to share the stories of what we've done? And so we did the map to kind of show you the sort of trajectory over winter through spring. But we also did videos from the field so that you could actually hear in Claudia's own words, and I'm really glad we have them for today. So if you want to click on the interview. Go ahead and click the arrow to start.
We really appreciate the support we got from HEAT to help us also with the butterfly workshops in the Nectar Duarte's studio. This is so important because involving the children and the families from the neighborhood is so important because the children, they are going to be the future adults. And they are going to be the ones taking care of the planet in the future.
So this was something Monica and I went down. Actually, we also planted some plants in front of Hamline Elementary School. But we were saying, Claudia, can we just get a little bit of insights from you about like what's going on, what's happening? And I share that one especially today because Claudia can't be here in person, but she can be here virtually. So as you are like building your projects moving forward, as much as you can, kind of capture those things along the way, and then you'll see some photos that we're going to show in just a minute. We did have written releases signed when those photos were taken of the children so that we were able to show these photos. So some things like that as you're thinking through this process for yourself. So yeah, the second one. Let's see, there we go. And you can just see how much this pops when you add a little bit of the photos to it.
We can play this, right?
You want to click? Yeah.
We really appreciate the support we got from HEAT to help us also with the butterfly workshops in the Nectar Duarte's studio, drawing butterflies and writing letters to support the monarch butterflies. I think that was the main goal, to support the monarch butterflies. It was really great. This is involving the children and the families from the neighborhood because the children, they are going to be the future adults. And they are going to be the ones taking care of the planet in the future.
One other thing I wanted to share about this workshop experience, it took place the Friday after the inauguration in Pilsen Little Village. Oh yeah. And so we had a lot of conversations before we went down, or before the people came up from U of I, Maria and Jose came up to join us, about, did you want us to come? Do you still want us to come on Friday? Oh yeah, let's do this. And we brought food and drink, and we had parents and kids, and it just felt like we did notice that some people were checking on ICE visiting in elementary schools at the time, but we were able to have a space within Hector's studio that sort of normalized and just created a safe space for us as we processed that. So even though it was challenging to do it at that time, it had another level of, there's a term that I'm now using thanks to some of the research it's called witnessing, where as a white person, just being able to be with people in a moment like that and just be alongside. So something to think about. So I'm going to just go ahead and click on the Claudia intro so you can at least hear what she has to say. Yeah. Somehow that one goes to the end. We have to kind of slide it back. I don't know why. And then, do you want to go click again?
Hello everyone, my name is Claudia Galeno-Sanchez. I'm the Executive Director of Women for Green Spaces. I just want to thank the HEAT initiative for helping us keep going with the Play the Plant Gardens in different schools. We are based in Pilsen, and we have already a few different native plant gardens in some schools in Pilsen. We just want to keep going with more schools. There is a lot of need of creating more native plant gardens, and the places we found that are very helpful is the schools. And also because we want to teach the children the importance of native plants and the importance of pollinators. And we also, with the HEAT initiative, we help with some letters from students from Orozco Community Academy. They wrote more than 90 letters, the second graders, the third graders, the first graders, to help protect the monarch butterfly, that it is so important for us and also for Canada and also for Mexico. We want the monarch butterfly to be protected, and also we want the population of the monarch butterfly to increase. So this is one of the reasons why we are working very hard with planting native plant gardens.
I'm gonna just go ahead and go through these so you can see, because each one of these has a little bit of something, so you can see what we were working on and what was of value.
I got it.
You got it?
Oh.
Go back one.
Emily Parkinson helped us start introducing the native plants to people in the community. Because getting to learn about the native plants and the importance of native plants for the pollinators and also for our communities of color, it's so important. This is something that we are missing in our communities. That's why it's so important to start teaching children and people from our community about the native plants. And this is something that we did with Emily Parkinson.
No, go to the next two.
Yes.
Emily Parkinson helped us.
Oh, let's go to vegetable gardens.
Vegetable gardens.
Another way of supporting us is also helping us getting connections with people that know a lot about vegetable gardens. They have their own vegetable plants for selling. The vegetable gardens are so important for our community, especially right now that people are afraid to go out to the supermarket. People are afraid to go out to the laundromat. So getting some vegetables from the gardens, I think it's so helpful. The vegetables we get from the gardens, the organic vegetables, this is so helpful for the elderly people because they get in contact with nature, they get in contact with vegetable plants, with native plants. It's very, very helpful for us. Another way.
Yeah. And then, thank you, Monica. She put a thank you, Beth, so yeah, go for it. But thank you, Monica. It's right there, Monica.
Thank you, Beth, for all the support you are giving us, especially to me. Going or taking me to buy the plants to Piso is so far away, and honestly, it takes a lot of time and effort, and also helping me visiting some schools to find more future native plant gardens, and so this is so helpful. Thank you so much.
Okay, so then we can go to the next slide.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this just shows you some of the stuff that's going on that we did together across the city. This was something I didn't even know about at all, but the Chicago Park District actually harvests willow leaves for the gathering space below around the Takenaka, which is on the south side of the city along the lake. And so we gathered the willows at one end of Chicago, and then we went down along with the artist Hector Duarte, and we rewilded a lot of these, and there was a whole community celebration along the lake. And it was just so beautiful, and I was a driver, so I was been a driver for a lot of things, and then I just am kind of part of what happens, which has just been amazing. We went out, we purchased the native plants. again, this Piso place is really fascinating because the people who started it, they started it as an ecosystem service where they would burn the prairies and they would reestablish native plants. And they initially didn't have native plants and they were really expensive, so they decided they would start a second business where they were growing the native plants. And so we went out and we got to meet with people that were doing all this work and learn about all these things, and it was really, they even had trees that were just like shady areas, and they were trying to grow things in there. So they were trying to do it as naturally as possible, and it was just a great learning experience. And the gentleman who took us on the tour said if we wanted to know more, because Claudia was like, what's that plant? And he didn't know all the names of everything. He told us we could talk to the president who really knows all this stuff. And so we're now thinking about having some gathering where we'd have him come talk to the kids about like what's happening and how it started. And so all these things sort of like bubble up a little bit as we explore. I love this. This is a story that Claudia was going to share today, but across from Hamline Elementary School, there's this woman. There's this hand, and the reason why it's covered with caterpillars is because she was throwing away the caterpillars. So Claudia was like, oh my gosh, no, you can come put them on the native plants on the other side of the road. And she's like, well, aren't they gonna bite me? And you know, so there's just a lot of education that's part of like, and they're eating my plants, and you know, all these kinds of things as to why she was getting rid of them. But then when you all of a sudden realize how important they are, it kind of changes and shifts perspectives on things. And I'll talk to a couple of the pictures here. That's Claudia's house here on the far left. That's her son helping plant. And then these gardens are at Cooper, and they are just, it's amazing, like I said, the monarchs and the caterpillars and all the things that we're finding there. And then we have this wonderful sign from Illinois Department of Natural Resources, a schoolyard habitat sign that is in front of Orozco Elementary School. So here's pictures of us attending and presenting at monarch events and conferences. This was one on the far left that the three of us were all at this Smurf Riverside Monarch Festival, and chives was being presented at the festival, which was amazing. And these are plants that we handed out to people at a local festival, little monarch butterfly-friendly plants, so milkweed and other kinds of things like that, like swamp milkweed. And then in about a month, we'll be presenting at the Climate Resilience Conference. We'll be talking a little bit more about our project, and we'll be talking about how also a little bit about chives. So we're going to have to figure that out after this conference, but we're looking forward to sharing what we're learning with other people. Claudia doesn't just work just with the stuff that we're doing. She's also shared pictures of field trips to botanic gardens, an open house at a school, some of the DePaul students that are doing fellowships learning from her as how to plant pollinator gardens. And then there's all these people, there are 100 trees they're supposed to plant between Pilsen, Little Village, and the back of the yards. So they're part of the Chicago Region Tree Initiative as well. She's also going to be getting a Force of Nature Award at the October celebration at the Nature Museum. So if anybody wants to find more about her organization, you can grab the QR code right here. I'll give you a second to do that. Here's a little bit about what we want to do next. We want to plant more pollinator gardens, number one. We want to publish ideas. Illinois Department of Natural Resources has their own climate action corner, and they are trying to promote climate education. And as many of you may know, we just had a bill passed by Pritzker that just enacted July 1st of this year that climate education is going to be required in schools K-12 starting this September. So we want to be part of that solution. We want to be part of, here's what you can do. Here's some like community science projects. Here's where you can learn from some of these things. And so we're going to be talking more about this with you SDOH and place people come January. But we're thinking a lot about how we can make that happen, looking at some of these things that the green spaces and some of the stuff you shared. How can we bring these experiences, and how can we make these climate action things happen? And how can we map these green spaces, and how can we tell better stories? Yeah, And so one of the other ways that, you could help is if you have ideas for green spaces or art, I would love to know them, whether they're Chicago or somewhere else, because I'm kind of collecting like ideas right now. So if you guys have any ideas you want to share on places and spaces that are really cool to know about, that's my email, beth@techalliance.org. If any of you guys are local to Chicago and want to help out with Claudia, she is very open to having you send her an email and she'll put you to work, definitely. I've planted many things now, but you also can kind of have your boundaries and say, okay, it's time for me to go. I gotta do other things too. But it's really worthwhile. It's just amazing to meet some of the community members and be part of the experience. And the other thing which I did here, I'm gonna go ahead and show you this Journey North thing, is to actually go and track monarch butterflies. You wanna click on Journey North? Yeah.
Actions, right?
It should click on Journey North. It should take you to the website. Yep. Yeah. So this is a really cool website because you can actually see what's happening. Let's see. So monarchs. Yeah. So these are monarch egg sighted. Everything is sort of live, and so you can kind of see people are tracking. If you can close that up, I want to show people into sightings. Yeah. And then close it.
Oh, close. Yeah.
And then let's go back into Journey North, and I want to show sightings. Because I was able to track a monarch butterfly, so I want to show you where. Yeah. Report sighting. No, I think, yeah, here we go. Sightings. And then you can go in here and you can choose what you want. So, thank you. Fall monarch, adult sighted. And you can take a look at the data. And what's really nice is this data is very easy to scrape if you want to create something, and they're all about open source, so they would love for you to use their data. And then if we scroll down, I don't know if you can scroll down to September 10th. It's a little bit down there. We can find that September 10th in Chicago, and I can show you two of them I spotted. Almost there. See, and these are all happening, which is just so cool.
Yeah, it's from here.
Yep. So yeah, keep going. I think it's a little bit further down. Los Angeles, 910. There's two of them that are, oh, I think we might have just passed it. Oh, no, it's not. Well, you know what, I'll just click on something here so you can kind of see what, well, let's go down just a little further. I know it's there somewhere. So do you see Chicago 910?
It's up about 4 pages.
You're at 9.9 now.
Okay, yeah, so scroll down just a little bit, yeah. 910, and then I'll just click on one of these so you can kind of see what it looks like. Anyway, you get to take a picture of a monarch, and it shows up right away. So if you guys ever want to go and try this, and you find a monarch, it's so easy. Take your picture, load it, and it'll pop right into the database. So we've been thinking about how we might be able to use this stuff locally for the students to kind of go in and see what's happening around the Chicago area. Okay, and click out. And the last thing I wanted to share with you is something Emily created. And can you click on, yeah, that one that,
oops.
Oh, not yet, one more. Okay, in the bottom of Emily.
I got it.
You got it? Okay. So you can, the other way you can help is you can, well, we'll let you listen to Emily's suggestions.
My name is Emily Parkinson, and I'm part of the Greater Rockwell Organization, which is a neighborhood organization based in Chicago's Lincoln Square neighborhood. One of our sustainability initiatives is to convert parkway corners into pollinator gardens, both for the beauty that they bring to the neighborhood, as well as the ecological benefits of supporting our pollinator communities, also supporting the health of our soils, and mitigating stormwater runoff. We are located right by the Chicago River, so that's very important to us. But our big focus is on providing resources throughout the season to our pollinators for the overall health of the ecosystem. So, an example of what we do, we take parkway corners, the area between the sidewalk and the street, that are technically city property. However, they are the responsibility of the property owners who live at that corner to maintain. And that kind of means that there's a lot of freedom for what you can do in that space. We communicate with the residents or the owners of the buildings on the corners, and we have now over 25 different corners that we have taken from something looking like this to something looking like this. So this is just one example of our many corners. This gardener volunteered his time and energy and resources to make a little pollinator haven in this corner. And this is, like I said, just one example. We have many different corners and many different volunteers who sign up to adopt a corner. And these volunteers are just people who live in the neighborhood who care about the local ecosystem and care about the general well-being of the wildlife, insect communities, and the humans that live in our community as well. So one thing that we really try to emphasize as an organization is the importance of native plants. So native plants are important for a few reasons. Native plants evolved in this region, in our specific climate region, for thousands of years. They evolved alongside our native pollinators. So because of that, our native pollinators, which there are many of, tend to prefer the pollen and nectar from many of our native plants as opposed to non-native plants. So we do encourage our gardeners to try to use as many native plants as they can in their corners. However, we also do allow the use of some non-native plants as long as they're not invasive and that they're offering some sort of beneficial resource to pollinators. So some examples would be things that bloom maybe very early in the spring or very late into the fall. Those help to extend the season, extend the resources for pollinators that are active in cooler temperatures. So we try to encourage native plants, but also pollinator-friendly plants, a long bloom season. Then we also encourage our corner gardeners to leave as much of the plant matter as they can over the winter, both for the beauty, it looks amazing against the snow, our dried plants. However, they also are really important overwintering habitat for beneficial insects. So these ornamental grasses are really great for habitat over the winter. And then food for birds that are active in the winter. For example, these seed heads here are loved by many of our local birds. So again, just thinking about beyond just what humans prefer and also taking into account our local wildlife. And we have a lot of events that we host in order to kind of promote and help the community become more aware of the importance of native plants and pollinator-friendly plants. So one thing that we did this spring was we partnered with our alderperson and our Cook County Commissioner, as well as a local park advisory council, and we were able to source thousands of seeds and give them away to the community, give them away and provide some resources and information about growing native plants from seed. And then we are ourselves as an organization, we grew a lot of native plants from seed to give away at a distribution in the spring to our corner gardener volunteers. And we're very lucky to have great partners in our community. So we partnered with a local elementary school that has a beautiful native plant garden, and they also have a little greenhouse that they let us use in order to help harden off some of our native seedlings early in the spring. And then we have a lovely cafe in our neighborhood called the Eco Cafe, which allowed us to use their space to host a giveaway event with our corner garden volunteers where we were able to give away these native plant seedlings and some information about them. And then we regularly send out resources to our corner garden volunteers. Like I mentioned, we have over 25 volunteers, and we maintain this email list of our volunteers and send out things like monthly resources, monthly newsletters where we give some suggestions of, where you can find some free native plants or what kind of gardening practices are most beneficial to the ecosystem. We also send out pre-made design layout templates for corners using all native plants. So if a new gardener wants to start a new corner garden and they want to use all native plants that bloom.
So if you guys have any questions before we want to wrap up for today, so we stay on time. So let's go on to questions page. Yep. Yeah, and thank you, SDOH. I vote $25. So yeah, any questions you guys have? Yeah, go ahead. Oh, you know what, we can do this,
Thank you. This was super interesting. I loved how you showed visualizations to show like the steps on like how you got here. I'm wondering what I'd love to hear more about your thoughts on how these visualizations can also help inform or identify different potential actions.
yeah, so in our case, just this one you just saw was about how do I set up a pollinator garden? And total transparency, I can't keep plants alive. My husband and I were like, people bring one to our house, we're like, oh my gosh. So when I started getting involved with this, I was like, okay, I'm like very much of a learner, but can I create or can someone who's an expert like Emily create resources that we can then share? And so as you get into some of the projects that I don't know if you're experts on your mapping stuff, but if you aren't, it's okay too. And how can you work with community people to tell stories about how to do it, or how can you work with people like Claudia, who was saying, well, these are alternatives to grocery stores. We have organic vegetables in our community now as a result of these gardens. So listening to those community people and trying to provide what they're asking for would be my recommendation.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All right. Well, good.
All right. Thank you.
All right. So after this, we're going to go into a little bit of break. We're doing things a little bit differently this go around afterward. So at the moment, or after break, we're going to be splitting up. So there will be one session in here, session B, and then session A will be down the hall in classroom A. There is a Healthy Regions and Policies Lab banner right outside the classroom, and Kat will also be there directing folks. So in session A is going to be Rachel Loftus. Oh, I should have brought my up here for a second.
Yes, Rachel Loftus, Sierra Raglan, and go for it.
Yeah, in session A will be Rachel Loftus with Flooded Snow, demographic factors associated with priority snowplow, routing in Duluth, Minnesota. Sierra Raglan with metal and microbes, assessing the influence of urban land use on metal microbe interactions throughout Chicago, Illinois. And Christine Danhusen-Run with leveraging the Miyawaki method of tree plantings to build SDOH communities. And that is, and that will be in classroom A. So if any of those sound interesting to you, you can just head over there after the break. There will be fresh coffee and hot water in there as well, so you don't need to worry about any of that. In session B, so in here in the Discovery Room, will be Aisha Syed with Quantifying Immigrant Agency in New Built Food Environment, Angela Zhang with using parcel level data to create new measures of the Los Angeles food environment, and Leslie Williams with measuring setting level stigma, challenges and opportunities of measuring a social norm. So again, we have like 10 minutes for your break and getting coffee and walking around, and session A will be in classroom A. So, yeah, here we go.
I'm excited to present our first speaker, Aisha Syed, coming to us recently graduated from the University of Toronto, and she'll be giving a talk called Quantifying Immigrant Agency in the Built Food Environment. We can also talk about where we are now.
Hello, good morning, and today I'm excited to present my work, Quantifying Immigrant Agency in the Food Environment. This work is a project that I did outside of in the University of Toronto, and there's a manuscript of works. Typically, quantitative food geography that considers immigrants and immigrant interactions with the food environment examines it through a perspective of access. This means how do immigrants interact with their food environments by how easy is it for them to have appropriate, affordable, and culturally relevant foods. This places immigrants as those who react to their food environments but not necessarily acknowledges their agency in changing them and shaping them. In contrast, ethnic economies is another discipline that focuses on how immigrants actively produce their food environments by opening up grocery stores and restaurants. This places immigrants in a role of being active reactors or active shapers and actors in their environment. Overall, geography places them as people who react, whereas ethnic economies places them as actors who actively produce and have agency. Therefore, this project takes a reciprocal lens for the food environment, where the food environment impacts immigrants, and in turn, immigrants impact the food environment. Overall, this project will provide empirical evidence for immigrant agency in the food environment. This is a perspective that's widely absent in geographical studies of access and interaction. This study also borrows other concepts from ethnic economies, namely the idea that different national contexts for different immigrants paves the way for different interactions with the food environment. Typically, when we look at South Asian immigrants in the food environment, it considers them as a monolithic group. But over here, we see that different South Asian national groups have different pathways to immigration to their host country. Therefore, the study also disaggregates this idea and breaks this apart to pose another statistical challenge to the idea of monoliths in the food environment. To recognize immigrant power, this study measures distinct impact of South Asian national groups on cities by way of understanding the production of the urban food environment, overall exhibiting and quantifying immigrant agency. It does so by asking and answering these two research questions. One, does the presence of different types of South Asian ethnic food retailers emerge in different temporal waves and spatial patterns? And two, do some South Asian immigrant groups have a greater influence on the built food retail environment than others? If so, does the varied influence of these different groups relate to other socioeconomic and demographic variables? It does this in the lens from 1996 to 2016 in the Greater Toronto Area. First, I want to direct you to the study area to give you an idea of the sample. So this takes place overall in the Greater Toronto Area. And this area with the black outline is a study area where some of it's within the limits of the City of Toronto and some of it is outside of it. Overall, this area has different types of South Asian national groups in measurable and significant numbers. We started in the year 1996 because it's the first year that the Canadian census has a variable that looks at place of birth for different South Asian nations. And we end in 2016 because it's the last census year before the COVID-19 pandemic. We wanted to reduce the amount of unseen variables in the data as much as possible. We exclude the year 2011 when we look at the census data because the Canadian census had some issues that year for long-form variables such as place of birth. We pull place of birth and then socioeconomic variables of median household income and percent bachelor's or degree or higher. We also look at food retailer data. this posed to be a bigger challenge because while there are a lot of food retailer data sets that are openly available, a lot of them consider the food environment as a single slice of time, as a static phenomenon, such as OpenStreetMap and various government databases or Canadian government databases. So we settled on the Yellow Pages, which has been shown to be a reliable source of the food environment over time and space. However, the Yellow Pages isn't digital for all of those years, and often to gain access to those Yellow Pages, you have to go to the archives, go to different reference libraries, and there are different rules for handling those pages. So we created an openly available food retailer data set. We did this by digitizing the Yellow Pages in the same years that we pulled the census data, geocoding those addresses to points, and creating a cuisine categories column so we can also gain a sense of cultural appropriateness for different immigrants in accessing those retailers. So essentially, the Yellow Pages has two features. One is the name of the retailer and one is the address. So we made those addresses into spatial points for the data set, and then we extracted different categories based on the names. Potential categories included our national groups: Indian, Pakistani, Sri Lankan, Bangladeshi. Retailers were assigned this category if the name included a specific attribute that's specific to that one country. For example, that bottom row says Jaffna Superstore. Jaffna is the capital of Sri Lanka, so that's why it was assigned to the category of Sri Lankan. We have a broadly South Asian variable, or a broadly South Asian category. This was used for retailers that had more than one country in their name. For example, Indo-Pak was a common name for these retailers. We had a ethnic, I have some issues with the words, but that's the word that shows up in the retailer names, or possibly South Asian. These represent any retailers that could possibly reasonably service the South Asian immigrants. So in the example here, you have Caribbean and Oriental Specialty Mart. These are all real stores, by the way, from the data set. So the Oriental part checks off that ethnic category, and then also Caribbean, because there are shared histories and food histories between the Caribbean and South Asia. And then finally, we have a not South Asian category. These represent any retailers that, even though they may have culturally specific foods, their name did not indicate that, so they were assigned the not South Asian category. I picked Milk City for this example because I like that name. So now that we have our data, we want to analyze it. So to answer our first research question about distinct immigrant and retailer patterns, we use emerging hotspot analysis. Essentially, you take your different time slices. We collected all our data by census tract, and you perform a spatial significance of clustering for each of those spatial data for each of those spatial units. So for each time period, you have your study area with each census tract representing if it's a hot spot, cold spot, or insignificant. And then you kind of lay all of those on top of each other and do a Mann-Kendall test to test for temporal spacing or time clustering down for each spatial point. So essentially, it gives a space-time clustering category for each census tract in the area. That gives insight to how distinct different demographic settlements are for those different immigrant groups, as well as different retailer establishments. To quantify associations, to get to our second research question about how do these measurably change the food environment, if at all, we looked at spatial lag panel models. These are essentially our spatial lag models that look at the associations between your variables across space. But then you add a temporal element so you can look at how the change in immigrants are associated with the change in retailers. So you can kind of get that production aspect from these results. We consider the different national groups as well as our income and education variables, and we consider these in two models. One model considers all South Asian retailers, and the other considers all in that broadly ethnic or possibly South Asian category. Overall, these spatial lag panel models will demonstrate how immigrants measurably impact and change their environments, overall exhibiting and quantifying immigrant agency. Over here, we see the results for the demographic settlement clustering. So you have your hot spots and cold spots, and then consecutive oscillating, persistent, sporadic represent different time clusterings for those spatial units. And overall, you see that each immigrant group has a distinct pattern, space-time pattern for their demographic settlement, even though there are some areas that overlap, but overall, they're separate from each other. You see the same when you look at retailer settlement for different national groups, where they all have some overlapping areas, but overall they're distinct by national group. Over here, we have our model results, where generally you see, the more Bangladeshi and Indian immigrants are in an area, you can expect more ethnic and South Asian retailers. For Pakistani immigrants, you see the opposite association, and for Sri Lankan immigrants, you don't. We got insignificant results for Sri Lankan immigrants and our socioeconomic variables. And I want to be very clear that this does not mean, it should not be interpreted as one group is better than the other, or one group is more helpful. I'd love to talk about that more if I have time, or maybe any questions about what are the circumstances that we might see this, and definitely not even entertain the fact that this is one is better or worse than the other. Overall, these significant model results means that the production and the change in the environment over time is not a random process, and immigrants significantly contribute to this. They significantly contribute to building the environments, and this provides empirical evidence of immigrant agency. I guess I'm at 11 minutes, so we do have time. Part of this is we looked at just to kind of contextualize the years that these are in. We wanted to look at different newspaper articles from this time period to look at how the area that they are in that time thought about and treated the immigrants in this area. This comes from political economy theory, where there are multiple ways that people can exhibit power in the environments around them, including power to build and transform their environments. One was through money, and that was controlled for in the models, and the other one that wasn't controlled for in the models was through political power and socio-cultural power. So the study years 1996 to 2016 for Sri Lankan immigrants, that was during a time where in Canada specifically, there were a lot of negative racializations of Sri Lankan immigrants, where they were seen as terrorists, and there were a lot of false or arrests of Sri Lankan teenagers because they were accused of being terrorists, supporting an organization called the Tamil Tigers. For Pakistani immigrants, you see it. This was also during 2001, where in the newspapers you saw a lot of reports of similar false arrests to the Sri Lankan immigrants, as well as harassment for both of those groups. So you can imagine, as those groups are going through those emotional hardships, it might be difficult, or there may be different circumstances to how they can exercise their power and their agency. There was also, interestingly, a few articles in that newspaper search where it showed that these Pakistani and Sri Lankan immigrants opened up different, not necessarily retailers in these articles, but community homes and nursing homes, community centers, and they were ultimately shut down, and they had to close down within a year. So back to our research questions, what were our principal findings? For our research question 1 about distinct associations and interactions by national group, we found that different South Asian national groups have distinct associations with the food environment. This suggests that aggregating immigrant groups in varying levels, even if they're seemingly monolithic, may mask different interactions and levels. This poses an interesting statistical problem where even if you look at the opposite side of disparity, as food environments are often seen to influence disparity in food deserts, it brings up, or if you disaggregate these groups in different ways, what disparities may you be masking or overlooking? For our second research question about distinct associations and impacts, this provides quantitative evidence for immigrant agency because we saw those distinct associations, but we also saw significant associations. And finally, we created an openly available ethnic food retailer data set.
So what does this mean outside of the South Asian community in the Greater Toronto area? We advance open science with a first of its kind space-time food data set that's openly available and contains information about cultural orientation. If anyone's interested in that, I'm happy to point you to that or talk about what the process was like to create that. We also acknowledge the formation and agents of building and transforming the structures and structural determinants of health. It begs different questions as to for who builds these environments that we see, that we map, and are the same people who build them the same people who benefit from them, and what are the barriers to building these environments? And finally, this emphasizes the ownership of immigrants over their own health promoting variables, placing them in the position as people who can actively transform their environments to have agency instead of those who just passively react to their environments. Thank you.
Time for questions. Hi. I was wondering, I noticed, I don't know Toronto at all, and I was noticing that you mentioned that some of your area was within the Greater Toronto area, and some was in the city of Toronto itself, and then that correlated with some of the ethnic, the nationality-based distinctions. I was wondering if you know of differences between, like whether there were major differences between institutional regulations, for example, on that you mentioned that might create greater or lesser barriers to opening new food establishments that might have affected the ability of different groups to enter the food market.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'll write that down. We did not consider that. We did look at different zoning policies just to look at our map to see if we missed anything that might like cause why we see those different staff patterns in those different ways. But the idea of those having different regulatory bodies or different policies that affect them differently is super interesting.
I have a question about the political power that you were talking about. How is that both determined and or measured?
In this case, it was not measured in our models. There's a health sociologist called David Williams, and his idea about how you can interpret these is that anything in the model is explained for and accounted for, and anything outside of it are unmeasured variables. They're also known as residual confounders. So if there is a way to measure political power, I think that'd be a super interesting thought experiment, and I'd love to explore that more. But in the way that we conceive, that we thought about political power was just how do we interpret these to get away from that, and that's why we kind of leaned into that newspaper review to contextualize these results, but not really bake them into our model.
So to clarify, then the political power was ascertained by the researchers' determination of whether certain groups had or did not have, or was it self-reported from people who were actually talking?
The newspaper articles were a mix of different op-eds of people writing and saying like, hey, this newspaper put out this article. There was one that stood out to me that was like, this newspaper released this article about this immigrant, and this newspaper generally regards our immigrants in these ways, and like Sri Lankan people are not like this. But then also some of it were by the newspaper, but then we could see different stereotypes come out of it. We compare different national groups against each other. So if it was covering a cultural festival, we look at how do the newspapers cover different cultural festivals for each nation. And then for those Pakistani and Sri Lankan immigrants, we saw that it was more like a negative tone. They weren't as flowery with their language. That's also how we considered political and cultural power.
Yeah, thank you. That's extremely, extremely interesting. And the one correlation I think of is Hurricane Katrina, where Black and brown people were looters and everybody else were survivors in the news media when they reported it, right? So how the language around and the narrative that's being shared. That's very interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
We have time for one more question.
Thanks, Aisha, for that great presentation. My question probably takes you back to the clusters. They're quite interesting. I'm just curious whether when you looked at these clusters of immigrant retailers, did you see these clusters expanding or shrinking over time? Because you looked at it over time, so I'm just curious about that. Thank you.
Yeah, so I can go over to this definition of a cluster is here. I prepare all of these just in case someone asks these questions. So these, it's either a hot or cold spot or insignificant spatially, and then these are kind of the designations for the time clusters. So the expanding that you talk about would be these new clusters where in the most recent time slice is a hot or cold spot, but it's never been that in the past, or a persistent or consecutive. These would be areas that consistently had retailers or immigrants in those areas, so keeping that in mind. For immigrants, you see generally consecutive, which means that there are two or more, but they haven't been there persistently. So these are newer at the ends of our study, or at the end of our year, so that would be 2016 and 2006. And then the new ones would be that they're only there in 2016. So generally we see expanded, but then we also see areas where immigrants tend to leave the areas, which would be these new cold spots. And then for retailers, you see the areas of expansion would be those bright red, new hot spots. Consecutive would be that dark red, where over here you see overlaps between Indian and Sri Lankan retailers, and you don't see as many cold spots over here, where this would indicate that the number has recently decreased in recent years, except for Indian retailers in that one area, and that was because of a change in zoning laws for that area. Thank you.
Oh, thank you again. Next up, we have a talk on parcel data for food environment measures by Angela Zhang, coming from the University of Southern California.
Yeah, the keyboard and the mouse.
My name is Angela Zhang, and I'm a third-year PhD student at the University of Southern California. This project came about as part of my RA, or research assistant position, at the Southern California Center for Latino Health. And it's titled Using Parcel Data to Create New Measures of the Food Environment. This is a work in progress, so I'd love to hear your feedback and questions after this presentation. So this is an aerial view of Los Angeles, which is my study area for this project.
Okay.
So the food environment is a very commonly measured social determinant of health in health research. However, individual health data is often restricted or protected, so usually geospatial measures or measures of addresses are only provided at the census tract level. So those are usually the lowest level at which geographic identifiers for health data are available. And then existing methods for looking at the food environment as a result of this are limited by the modifiable aerial unit problem, which is the issue that arises when different conclusions can be drawn from different levels of spatial aggregation. So what exactly is parcel data? So it's detailed information on land parcels, such as their geographic boundaries, size, ownership, and value that are typically publicly available or available by request by the tax assessor's office. And the benefit of parcel data is that they can accurately represent where households are within a city. And in the past, parcel data or cadastral data is
has been used to create these high-resolution maps of the social vulnerability index. So you can see how the SVI at parcel level is a lot more granular, and there's a lot of variation when you compare it to the block group level, which is what's in the gray. So a lot of that variation is not being captured in measures that can aggregate things to like a census tract or block group level. But this parcel level data hasn't really been applied to the case of food environment measures, which is what this project aims to do. So why should we use parcel data to calculate food environment measures? Like I said before, it's kind of a more accurate representation of where people live in a specific region. It provides granular location data of actual addresses to calculate additional food environment measures that then can be aggregated to the census tract level and lead to health data. So an example of this is kind of calculating a measure of inequality to access to food within a census tract, or in the context of Bayesian modeling frameworks, if you have your food environment measure as the independent variable, you can supply like a distribution or a range of values at the census tract level for that food environment measure. So, and then another like application of generating food environment measures from parcel data is that it's just like more realistic, and people don't really think of their neighborhoods in terms of census tracts, at least not most people, and so having these measures available at the parcel level can be helpful for planning and also just for people to gain a better understanding of kind of different parts of their city. And so the aims of my project were to present this open source workflow for calculating food environment measures from parcel data, which represent or has its own kind of limitations and challenges. And then for this kind of these preliminary results, I wanted to answer the following research questions. So the first is, to what extent are measures calculated from parcel data different from measures that are calculated with commonly used population representation methods, like the centroid and weighted centroids of census tracts? And then the second one is, how much variation in parcel level food retailer count is there within census tracts? So within one census tract, like how varied can access to food be? And so the pilot area for this study is Los Angeles City. It's a very large and diverse area. There's approximately 1.4 million households just in the city, and over 1,000 census tracts. To account for edge effects, our point of interest or retailer data and street network data extended through all of Southern California, so we didn't have to be concerned that there would be edge effects at like the edges of city boundaries. And so this is the workflow. Essentially, it was all built in R, and all the data sets besides the point of interest data are open source. So this is available on GitHub if anyone is interested. And essentially, we pull and clean data sources for street networks and food point of interest. So the street network data is from OpenStreetMaps, which is an open source data set, and then the food point of interest data is from Esri Business Analyst. And then we pull and process the population data, so like the census tract shapefiles from Tigris, which is an API for census data. And then we use R5R, which is a way to calculate accessibility using street networks, using R. And it's like a very fast package because it leverages kind of the architecture of computers. But essentially it just provides kind of the counts of food, access to food environment, or access to food retailers using, by like going through the street networks and then finding the counts within different drive time intervals. And then finally, we compare these different food environment measures. So this is the population representation methods that we use and are comparing. So we use this like classic method of the centroid of the census tract. So, and then that's in red, and then the population weighted centroid of the census tract is in purple, and that's calculated using the kind of block, census block group, and it finds the weighted center of the census tract based on the population in different census blocks. And then we have the parcel-based measure. So for this one, we basically counted for each parcel the number of food retailers that were accessible within certain drive time intervals. And we repeated this process for each population representation method. And then this is just a representation of the food outlet data, which is in gray, and then the LA city boundaries in blue. We had different categories, so supermarket, convenience store, grocery, restaurant, and fast food, and these were taken from commonly used measures of the food environment within health studies. We used the NAICS codes, which are like business listing codes, to categorize these. They're not a perfect measure, but they're very commonly used in the literature. So that was our compromise. And so these are the results for the research, our first research question, which is how do like parcel level measures differ from different representation methods. So this doesn't really leverage the diversity of parcel data. It essentially, we're aggregating the mean, aggregating all the households into like this mean for each census tract. And this just shows that for these lower drive times across different types of food retailers, parcel mean counts are significantly different, but when you go past like 10-minute drive times to 15, we also ran this up to like 40-minute drive times, they're not significantly different. And then our next research question is comparing variation in parcel level supermarket. This is just one food retailer type supermarket count within census tracts. So you can see for across 10-minute, 15-minute, and 20-minute drive times, we mapped the coefficient of variation, which is essentially just a measure that compares, like, allows us to compare relative variation across census tracts. So basically the darker colors indicate that there's like a larger variation in the parcel measures within that census tract, and you can see like a bit of clustering, and there's also more kind of relative variation in the census tracts that are larger and more rural, so less dense, versus you can see like this is like the downtown area, and it's a lot more like there's a lot less variation within those areas. So the takeaways from this process is that parcel data is very big data and it takes a long time to process. So for 1.4 million households and using like a pretty robust computer in the spatial sciences lab, it took maybe like 2 weeks to process all of these drive times. But it gets a lot worse if you want to like increase the drive time. So I would say, because I wanted to look at like bigger drive times, like 40 or 50 minutes, it was a lot like more than that. Or it took a lot longer than it would have if I was just looking at 15-minute drive times. And then aggregated measures of parcel data are not significantly different from the other population representation methods for longer drive times, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It just means like if we're just having one measure of the parcel data that's aggregated, it's not going to be significantly different. But the benefit of parcel data is that you can kind of have like a whole distribution within a census tract and calculate measures from that. And then the results of the second research question kind of demonstrate that there's measurement error. So the observed, or the parcel mean, or there's like a lot of variation within census tracts, and then when we're aggregating that all up into one value, none of that variation is captured. And if that differs across different types of census tracts, that might mean there's measurement bias as well, and that's like a future, I guess, extension of this work. And so this is just a recap of the things that we did through this project and some of our next steps. So the data collection, cleaning, and like basic processing is done. I think next we want to calculate more advanced measures of kind of food retailer accessibility. So one is ratio-based measures. So instead of counts, we have like the proportion of fast food restaurants compared to other restaurants, which have been shown to be more predictive of health in the literature. And then we can also capture like upper bounds and lower bounds with the parcel data at the census tract level. And then to kind of explore and like validate these measures, we can test relationships with their health, with health outcomes, for some of the health data that we have at the Center for Latino Health. Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Questions? All right.
Hi. Great study. I'm just amazed by the technology. Marie and I were working on very similar things together like 15 years ago. So, and just the way that
before R5R existed.
Yeah. Just, my goodness, what you can do. But I was wondering, it feels like perhaps the greatest thing about using parcels is its sort of sensitivity in a local area, which might be more about walking space.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if you had thought about just zooming in on just those really local accessibility questions, looking at walking time.
Yeah, I actually initially just looked at walking time because it's like a much smaller street network to look at, so it actually is really fast to calculate walking time for parcel data. And a lot of like the patterns that I found with walking data were kind of similar for the drive time data. But that's definitely something that I've thought about and I think is very doable with this like whole workflow. So yeah, I think if people are interested in that, I can support in any way. But I think also this presentation is like, it's helpful for me to hear what people think is useful about this data, beyond just like looking at associations with health from like a practical standpoint.
Thank you so much for your presentation. One quick question, do you have a GitHub with your code or anything?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, yeah, I'd love to
Share
connect.
that.
And then the second question, I want to talk about, health and aggregating. I work at Rush Health, and right now we're actually working on a project to aggregate all the city's health data for like the Alex Hour comorbidities by the census tract, which that in itself, is more granular than a lot of people are. But I was curious, when you then go to health data, because of PHI, confidentiality, we can't get as granular as parcel data. How do you see you could still use this information in a pretty, restricted kind of domain where we can't get that granular for a lot of reasons?
Yeah, so that's kind of my next step, is to see what measures we can generate that would be predictive of health. So I think one is like just generating like an upper bound and a lower bound for each census tract, which gives you kind of maybe not the complete distribution, but tells you at least like what ends there are. And then if you're using Bayesian models, which I'm not super familiar with, but I think like just conceptually it makes sense if you wanted to have kind of, you could generate like a distribution for each census tract that tells you what values there are for the parcels in that census tract for a specific food environment measure. And then the Bayesian model could kind of take that uncertainty into account when they're trying to estimate relationships with health. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
No, it's complicated. No, that's good. For instance, we took actually all of Chicago's 311 call data, because you get a lat long in that. We found actually it's better in some cases than the SBI for like health indicators.
Okay.
So I know, there's ways to do it. It's just, as a PHI, it's just kind of complicated to not. Sometimes I think overfit the data. Because it's aggregated, you have like a granularity mismatch where you maybe get some close stuff, but are you sure you're really actually getting correlation, since your healthcare data isn't as specific as underlying values, that's all.
Yeah.
Great presentation. As a qualitative researcher, I 100% appreciate the heft and the data collection and cleaning and bunching and all the other things that you all do. I have a really quick question maybe about story. Like, could you tell me what did you, and maybe if you haven't gotten there yet, that's fine, but what does this mean to the person living in LA about the food environment? Could you give me some sort of high-level story behind the data?
Yeah, I think based on kind of my experiences working with community members in other places, like, I think this data, beyond just kind of thinking about it in the context of academia, is helpful in the sense that, like, in the past I've had to make food environment accessibility maps for like decision makers in government, and when you aggregate things up to the census tract level, because that's what everything else is available in, it's actually a bit harder for people to conceptualize, and like this can be used as a way to show that, like, okay, in this very specific community that's maybe like 5 blocks, there's a lack of access to walkable food, like someone else mentioned. And I recognize also that the data is not probably the best data because it's business listing data and people have much deeper and like realistic understandings of their community, but I think this could be a good starting point for that, and then obviously like incorporating community perspectives and like uplifting those is very important if we're trying to think about community.
So we're out of time for more questions. There's at least 2 more at this table, so be sure to stop by at the break. But thank you so much again. Thank you.
Excellent. So for our last talk of this session, I'm really excited to bring things locally. We've got Leslie Williams from University of Illinois at Chicago discussing measuring setting level stigma. So we'll still be talking about measurement, but shifting from food access to, which is already difficult to measure, to stigma, which is even more difficult to measure. So thanks so much.
Hello, I'm Leslie Williams, and I'm an associate professor at University of Illinois Chicago, and today I'm going to be talking to you about measuring setting level stigma as a social norm. Oops.
Go ahead.
Okay. So we know from a vast body of existing literature that stigma against people with various health statuses is associated with all kinds of different health behaviors and health outcomes. And so that suggests to us that stigma is this important social determinant of health. However, the vast majority of existing research on stigma has been conducted at the individual level. And so what is individual level stigma? What have people been measuring in this huge body of literature so far? So I'd say that we can categorize what's largely and widely been measured into 3 different categories. The first being individual attitudes, so this can be the attitudes of people in the stigmatized group towards the stigmatized group, which is often called internalized stigma, or it can be the attitudes of people who aren't members of the stigmatized group towards the stigmatized group. The second category would be individual experiences of stereotyping and discrimination due to stigma, and we often call that enacted stigma. And then the third category would be individual perceptions and expectations of stigmatized individuals in terms of do they expect to be stigmatized and how much do they expect to be stigmatized. And we often call that anticipated stigma. And so, however, if we think about stigma theoretically, big picture, I'd argue that thinking about those individual attitudes and those individual experiences aren't sufficient to help us understand what stigma is theoretically. So I would argue that stigma actually theoretically necessitates that some critical mass of people within a society, within a specific group, or within a specific setting all share this negative set of attitudes towards a group or engage in negative and discriminatory behaviors towards that group. And so in other words, it has to be normative for people in a setting to engage in these negative thoughts and actions in order for it to actually constitute a stigma. And so otherwise, if we just have a really small minority of people, just a handful of people in a setting who have decided that they really don't like people with a certain characteristic, we call those haters, right? They're not creating a new stigma if there's just like 1% of the population who feel that way, right? So again, I'm arguing that stigma is actually a group level or setting level norm, and that we can't really fully understand stigma without understanding something about the context and setting within which it exists. So why is it useful in terms of what we can learn to conceptualize and measure stigma as a social norm? Well, we know from lots of theoretical and empirical literature outside of the world of stigma that in general, setting level social norms can have really large effects on individuals' behavior. And we also know, of course, that individual behavior can have large effects on individual level health outcomes. And so if we can understand more about the relationship between the setting level social norm of stigma in particular and health outcomes, then we should be able to move closer to being able to develop interventions to try to change the setting level social norm of stigma in order to have really large effects on health outcomes at the setting level. So that's challenging, right? Challenging thinking about measuring a setting level social norm because we can't obviously go into a setting and directly observe the average or normative or expected set of behaviors towards a specific group of people among everyone in an entire community or among, let alone, in a county or for a whole state, right? So then how can we measure stigma as a setting level social norm? So I'm going to present one strategy that I think gets us fairly close to getting there, and that strategy is actually involving using individual level data for setting level measurement, and specifically aggregating individual perceptions of normative stigmatization in a specific setting. So what do I mean by that? First, let's talk about what I don't mean by that. So again, this common approach in measuring stigma has historically been measuring individual stigmatizing attitudes and individual experiences of being stigmatized. And then in some cases, in the rare cases I would say that researchers have tried to think about stigma at a setting level, they have sometimes aggregated those measures to the setting level, but that's problematic because it can lead to a kind of ecological fallacy where we're just measuring individuals' experiences and beliefs and then kind of inferring that they tell us something about the actual nature of the setting itself. So to illustrate why this is a problem, just have a quick example here. So let's say that we interviewed individuals from 20 communities who were living with HIV. We asked them about their personal experiences being stigmatized, and then we found that in 2 of those communities, they were reporting lots of more instances of being stigmatized, and then we said, well, there's clearly something about these 2 communities. These are highly stigmatizing communities, so why is that a problem? Well, for one thing, people living with HIV are only a small subset of the setting, most likely smaller or bigger, depending on where they are in the world. And they're likely to be reporting on really salient memories, right? Stigma can be traumatic, and the kinds of stigma that is traumatic and salient and that people are recalling are probably the much more overt instances of stigma and discrimination. And so we may be missing a lot about covert experiences and sort of like less traumatic experiences. And then perhaps more to the point, whether or not people experience stigma in a setting doesn't tell us whether or not people in that setting think it's okay to do that, to be stigmatizing towards people living with HIV, right? And in fact, we could, for example, have people reporting on stigma that happened in the setting, but maybe the actor doing the discrimination isn't a member of the setting. Maybe they were just passing through and they did some terrible discriminatory behaviors and shaming behaviors, but maybe because maybe the setting isn't stigmatizing, maybe the people in that setting immediately shut them down, right? But so we're missing sort of a lot of information about the setting is the point. So again, my solution is to measure individuals' perceptions of the social norms and stigma in the setting. So what does this look like? So instead of what has been traditionally done and asking questions about attitudes like, do you think people who use drugs should be ashamed of their behavior? Do you exclude people who you know who use drugs from social gatherings? We can instead get right to the point of what does this setting look like and ask people questions like, how likely is it that people in this neighborhood would use negative words or slurs to describe people who use drugs? Or what proportion of people living in this neighborhood do you think would intentionally exclude people who use drugs from social gatherings? So how is this better? Again, it's different because it doesn't rely as much on individual experiences of a biased sample. So by asking participants to report directly on what they perceive the setting to be like, we can better learn about social characteristics of the setting itself, even if we have somewhat of a biased sample. Although I do strongly recommend making sure we include members of the stigmatized group as well as members who aren't, or members of the setting who aren't members of the stigmatized group in our sample. But then the other reason this is an improvement is because by taking people out of their own lived experiences, we're reducing social desirability bias. Because people who are embedded within a setting that has norms that are very different from their own beliefs. So if they have beliefs that are highly stigmatizing, if they've been engaged in behaviors that are highly stigmatizing, if they live in a setting where that's not normative, they're going to be acutely aware of that, and that's going to lead to people, of course, editing their responses due to social desirability bias, right? So we can avoid that altogether by not asking people to tell us about themselves at all. And so to illustrate how this looks in actual research, I'm going to give you a very Cliff Notes version of 2 papers that I led that compare one of the traditional measures of individual stigmatizing attitudes for people living with HIV to a measure of what I'm calling community normative HIV-related stigma. And that measure asked participants to respond on how likely it was that people living with HIV in their communities would experience a specific set of stigmatizing behaviors. And data for both of the papers came from a study of over 1,900 households nested within 24 communities in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. And so the aims of the papers were to test the ability of both of these two conceptually distinct stigma measures to explain variation in HIV outcomes and health service barriers, both of which were measured at the community level and the household level, and then in mental health outcomes, which were measured at the individual level. And these papers both use multi-level modeling to examine individual level relationships between stigma and the outcomes, as well as setting level relationships, and then cross-level relationships, meaning we looked at net of the individual level stigma, did setting level or community level stigma explain significant variation in the individual level outcomes. So this is a heuristic model of the findings of paper 1, and I say it's heuristic because the arrows actually indicate that there was a significant association between the two constructs. So lack of a line means no significant association, doesn't mean it wasn't tested. And of course, I'm not gonna have time to talk through all of these relationships, but I just wanna point out a pattern for you. I think you'll be able to hear me if I leave the mic. So this line is separating our individual level and household level constructs on the bottom from our community level constructs on the top. So these are aggregated. The stigma measures are aggregated from the individual level. And here on the right, we have the two measures of community normative stigma. One of them, the level, is the mean for each community, and one, which we're calling consensus, is the standard deviation. And then same thing over there, the two on the left are our traditional measures of stigmatizing attitudes. Oh, it's over here too. And you can see that we found much more support for hypotheses. We found significant relationships between the community normative stigma as aggregated to the community level, relationships to health service barriers and household portion of people living in each household who were living with HIV. And so we found these relationships to the household level, these cross-level relationships, but with our measures that were the traditional attitudes measures, when we aggregated those, we didn't find any relationships to the household level, and we didn't find any relationships to HIV outcomes. And this is the heuristic model from the other paper, which focused on mental health outcomes among caregivers and children living in HIV-affected households. And again, it's the same two pairs of constructs at the community level at the top there, and it's a similar pattern, right? We found that the community normative stigma was predictive of these individual level mental health outcomes, whereas the aggregated version of the individual stigmatizing attitudes wasn't associated with anything in this case. And so what are the takeaways here? The takeaways are that there are different patterns of relationships between the two conceptually distinct measures, but specifically, of course, that only the aggregate version of the community normative stigma measure actually explained unique variation in the household and individual level outcomes, net of individual level stigma. And so this provides us with some preliminary support for the idea that it is important to conceptualize and measure HIV-related stigma as a setting level construct. Think of it as a setting level social norm that explains setting level variation. It also provides us with some support for the idea that we need to be understanding HIV-related stigma ecologically and measuring it as such and analyzing it as such. Because again, we found that setting level stigma does predict individual level and household level health outcomes. So why do these findings matter? Because if we know that stigma is a norm that varies at the level of communities, then that tells us that implementing HIV interventions in some communities is going to be harder than in others, right? And so that suggests that perhaps in some communities where stigma is high, it would be useful to find that out beforehand and potentially go in and do some stigma reduction work before even trying to implement HIV interventions, because we know from lots of literature that stigma can be an impediment to even participating in HIV interventions. And then also, these findings should inform how we think about developing interventions to reduce stigma, because if we now conceptualize that stigma is functioning within settings as a norm, then we should be changing our approach to be focusing on setting level interventions, or at least multi-level interventions to reduce it. So, these are all just very preliminary findings in terms of providing proof of concept for this methodological approach. I am continuing this work, continuing to measure stigma in this way, in similar ways at the setting level, both in some work in Chicago and in South Africa. And in particular, I just wanted to mention that I have an R1 in South Africa that is it's implementing an HIV. It's a social network-based recruitment to HIV testing intervention, and we're implementing in 32 Department of Health clinics in South Africa, but we'll be looking at social network level and clinic catchment area level HIV-related stigma and substance use-related stigma. And we actually hypothesized that social network level HIV-related stigma will mediate the relationship between the intervention and the access to services and testing health outcomes that we're looking at. But there's lots more work to do on this path. So, questions?
Hi, I was just wondering if you could speak more about what models you're using for understanding the predictiveness between the different.
Yeah, so it's just using multi-level modeling, mixed effects models. And so, yeah, it's pretty straightforward, actually.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is an excellent presentation. I am so engrossed in like every detail. I definitely want to talk to you later. My dissertation work is partially done in South Africa. I used to be a policy officer for NIH, and I did that in South Africa with the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So all is very familiar. The stigma as a social determinant of health is a fantastic paradigm. Through this research, have you found any pushback from as we're working on ontology, we're starting to talk about how people are calling things. Have you found any pushback on that, or is it like open arms and yes, and how can we do more?
Yeah, I think it's more the latter. If people have had, pushback internally, they haven't like attacked me with it. So yeah, but I'll keep you posted as the work continues.
I guess I have a question. In an ideal setting, we'd be able to do individual level analyses to kind of get like this. It's almost like the gold standard. I feel like that you're shooting for. So, based on the fact that you've been in this work for quite some time, what would you recommend for like approximations of these measures in lack of individual level, or is that kind of not? A hopeless task.
Yeah, I actually had a couple slides I took out because it was way too long on looking at discriminatory policies as a proxy for understanding setting level stigma. It's a problem because there's a big lag of an unknown amount of time, right? Because policies change really slowly. But it does tell us that in a given setting, like there had to have been so much stigma and it was so overt that we put it down in writing in the books, like everyone voted on it. It was extremely overt. And so there has been some work that has shown good relationships, strong relationships to HIV-related health outcomes, and that's the work I've been doing, but also other domains of health as well have done similar work. So.
And then, like in substance use work, would like criminalization, so there's, because I feel like policies is at one level that it's. I appreciate your process-based approach, but would
I would consider criminalization of substance use a discriminatory policy. So we can define discriminatory policy in different ways depending on the health outcome of interest or the signatory group of interest. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And with that, I believe we're going to wait just for a few more minutes. The other team is a few minutes behind. I'm very sharp with my transitions. Thank you guys for bearing with me. But yeah, for now, I guess we can kick the music on and get ready for some lunch shortly. Okay? Thank you. And when we get back, we will kick off our showcase of 2025 SDOH Place Fellows and all the work that they've been doing. So we'll be shifting over to kind of tech applications in the afternoon.
Give me just a second. No, you can stay here. Okay. I just have to play this. Yeah, I just transitioned to this. So they're waiting on the transition. Audio. Yeah.
So we're going to get started with the Asset Map Showcase. First up from our wonderful group of fellows, we have Jacob Gizamba with his Asset Map HepResourceVu Geovisualization from the University of Southern California. Thank you.
Today, I'm going to present a geovisualization tool, or you can call it an interactive map or an asset map that I called HepResourceVu. And basically, it's a hepatitis C service site locator. So it's kind of helping the people who are interested in finding where testing facilities are, treatment facilities, and harm reduction facilities, where they're located and how can I find them. So that's what I'm going to be talking about. And maybe curious what hepatitis C is. Hepatitis C basically is an infectious disease that affects the liver, and basically if it's untreated, it may result into liver failure or liver, as well as liver cancer, hepatocellular carcinoma. And it's, I think, the leading cause of mortality among infectious diseases here in the US. And so let's dive in. Okay. All right, so I'll give a brief introduction on what I'll be talking about, then the project objective, then the development process, the coding that I did, as well, and then I'll talk about the tool, what it does, and how the user can be able to interact with the map. And I'll conclude with the next steps. Okay, so I think in 2020, the HHS, the Department of Human and Health Services, set up a national plan to eliminate hepatitis C by 2030. And they aligned their goals with the global World Health Organization goals to eliminate hepatitis. And some of the action strategies include increasing testing, then linkage to care, that's treatment, as well as prevention services like access to harm reduction facilities, because hepatitis C is mostly transmitted through injection drug use. So prevention services are very, very important. Now, CDC recommends universal testing, and universal testing basically means that all adults 18 years and above are recommended to be tested for hepatitis, and those who test positive are linked to treatment. However, testing and treatment facilities are still a little bit low. 40% of people with hepatitis C infection are unaware of their infection here in the US, and less than 30% have been treated or achieved viral clearance. So that becomes very, very important and interesting to me. And mapping the facilities where we can find testing, where we can find treatment, as well as prevention services becomes very important if at all we are to achieve or eliminate this disease. Now, I have to also say that I've been working on this work since almost now 4 years. It's part of my dissertation project looking at the spatial epidemiology of hepatitis C in Los Angeles, but my work can be applied in different settings in the US as well as globally. Okay, so let me dive into what my objective was. So I aim to develop an interactive geovisualization tool to show the location of hepatitis C testing services and treatment services, as well as harm reduction facilities like needle exchange service programs where they're located. Okay, so I would like to situate how this project relates to what I'm working on in my dissertation. So one of my study aims in my dissertation is to model geographic accessibility to testing, hepatitis C testing services and treatment services in LA County using the enhanced two-step floating catchment area method. Now, SDOH came in at the right time because my advisors were like, can we come up with an interactive map that can help the community identify where are these testing facilities, treatment facilities, and then I said, okay, before now I dive into modeling geographic accessibility, let me try to come up with an interactive map, which I'm going to present in the next few slides. Okay, so the development stage. So where is this map focused? So it's Los Angeles County, that's just the pilot, city of Los Angeles in particular, and that's the pilot area that I'm using, and you can see that in the map, and one of my colleagues already talked much about the city of LA, so I won't spend much time talking about the demographics and everything. So what is this application for? It's basically the residents within the city of LA, but I intend to expand it to include the entire county of LA. But also it's important to the Department of Public Health to understand where good services be limited. And then why should people care about this? So I kind of was thinking of distributive equity based on what we learned in the SDOH program, and trying to ensure that hepatitis C related services are accessible to all people in the city. Okay, I'll try now to be a little bit fast. So how did I develop these, the data requirements and everything? So currently I used hepatitis C treatment facilities that are already identified and known to be testing and treating hepatitis C, and the data came from CDC National Prevention Information Network, as well as the HCV resource guide that was published by the LA County Department of Public Health earlier this year in 2025. So I coded everything using R, and I published my work on the R Shiny app, and so basically this is how the map looks like when you access it. So I have to put a disclaimer, it's still work in progress. I'm still changing it, but I have a QR code just in case you are interested in taking a look at it. The last time I checked it yesterday, it was working fine, so just in case. So I'll proceed. Okay. I'll proceed. So basically what it does, it shows hepatitis C testing and treatment services, and when you click on the site, it can take you can see the website, and you can also find the direction, connects to Google Maps, and then someone can easily filter out based on language. So LA, a couple of people, approximately over 40%, speak Spanish, so it could be interesting to identify, filter out facilities that speak, where people can speak Spanish, and then are there free testing sites, so which ones are those? So that's quite interesting. And then what is exciting to me is they can also search based on the zip code. Your zip code where you are located, what are the nearest facilities. Okay, so how to use the app, I will be very fast here. Okay, all right, so as I said, you can filter based on testing, treatment, or treatment and testing, and then harm reduction facilities, and then you can filter based on language, and then you can filter also based on payment. Is it free? Currently, it's showing free, but I intend to include more other variables there. And then you can also filter based on the zip code, as long as you enter your zip code and then the search radius. Find the facilities close by. Thank you. And everything that I designed here, it was kind of related to the human-centered design. That was, I think, my most interesting module in the SDOH lecture. So it was amazing to think about the people who are going to be using this tool, and how can you incorporate their interests in what you're trying to design. Okay. So basically, once you have done everything I've shown in the previous slide, basically you'll be able to see the facilities that are closer to you, and you have this summary table of all the facilities that you have started. Okay, so what are my next steps? So in the tool that I have just showed, I've not yet added the harm reduction facilities like the needle exchange and medication-assisted treatment programs, so I intend to include that. And then scaling it out to the entire county, and then dissemination plan. So I intend to start off with a soft launch, and probably that will be very, very helpful to me to understand whether the users are finding it interesting or not, and what modifications can I make? Okay, and as I said, it's related to my dissertation work, and basically the same data I'm using to map is the same data I'll be using to understand which areas have limited access, which areas have better access, and how can policymakers intervene. Okay, so I would like to acknowledge, first of all, SDOH project, the entire team. The modules were amazing, and actually all this work, they helped me make it happen. And of course, a shout out to my advisors at the University of Southern California, Dr. Darren Riddell and Jeffrey Klausner. Okay, well, thank you very much, and I welcome questions. I'd like to hear some feedback and advice on how I can make this better. Thank you.
Nope, normal classroom mate.
I have two questions. First one relates to, I work with Illinois Department of Public Health on grants, cardiovascular societies, and they have an emphasis on trying to close the loop around social drivers of health to improve outcomes on those conditions. And one of the things that's come up when we're working with organizations is, yeah, we can go and find out where these places are, but then we make a referral and they're not there. So a plan for keeping the information up to date. And then the other piece of it is, how are you going to get it out to those that would be benefiting from it? So who are your community connections to make it accessible to the community?
Those are great questions, and I'm not going to attempt answering them, but I will respond. So basically, it's something that I'm thinking about, as I mentioned, the soft launch approach, starting with your second question. And there are a couple of community organizations, non-profits in LA, the city of LA, that work on hepatitis C substance use. So those are like my target, to try to promote this tool with them, and then they can share it with community members. And then the LA County Department of Public Health could be an interesting tool for them to use. And then updating it, I've not yet come up with a clear plan on how, basically, because I know that sites change, they close up now and then. So how can we work on that? So probably that's something I'm still thinking about. But it's a great question. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Hi, thanks for showing this. It's super interesting to see the different, why this matters, and like you said, how this can address disparities. I know you mentioned that human-centered design was important in you designing this app, so I'd love to hear more about how, the decisions you made and what goes where and how you represented this data and those different functions.
It's Aisha. Hope I'm getting your question correct. So you were wondering what went into how did I get the data, or how did I think about the human-centered design, and how did I capture all those components?
Yeah, different decisions you made when designing the app as a whole through human-centered design.
Okay, great question. So I think there are 2 or 3 things that I kind of focused on a lot. One was low-income individuals or neighborhoods that are disadvantaged. So that's something I was thinking about. So in terms of those who have insurance, those who do not have insurance. So that's why I kind of thought, okay, can we find the facilities that can offer free testing? For treatment, it's a little bit tricky, but for testing, at least that's available. So that's one. Then thinking about language, as I said, approximately 40% of the community in Los Angeles households can speak Spanish. So, and we have a study in one of my advisors' lab where we get to call patients who have been tested positive for hepatitis, but they have not yet been linked to treatment. Some of them have language barrier issue where you say, okay, I need someone who can speak Spanish, but I'm not finding that person. So it's on our team we have Spanish speakers. I personally don't speak Spanish, but we have Spanish speakers. So we connect those patients to those Spanish speakers and they talk to them, they lead them to care. So that's why I kind of thought of language and saying that, okay, can we filter out facilities that allow people to access facilities that speak the language they are familiar with. Yeah.
We have time for one more question. All right, round of applause for Jacob. Thank you. All right, next up we have Montana Gill, speaking on mapping barriers to prenatal care for Indigenous communities in the U.S. So yeah, round of applause for
Everyone. Okay, I do really need to speak into this. So I am going to be sharing access to prenatal care in American Indian, Alaska Native communities. I'll continue to refer to these communities as AIAN, so just while saying that. A little of what I'll discuss today, I'll go through some background, then discuss project objectives, and then dive deeper into the layers of my asset map and finish up with next steps. So in order to understand the need to highlight this access to prenatal care, it's important to understand the magnitude of disparities in health outcomes faced by AIAN birthing people. So here we see pregnancy-related maternal mortality rates per 100,000 live births. The data show that non-Hispanic, American Indian, Alaska Native people experience the highest rate of pregnancy-related deaths as compared to all other racial and ethnic groups. And the rate of maternal mortality in AIAN is nearly 5 times that in white populations. This stark disparity highlights the ongoing inequities in access to quality prenatal delivery and postpartum care, and underscores the need for accessible, culturally responsive services. Another lens that we looked at is that of congenital syphilis. And so congenital syphilis occurs when syphilis passes from mother to baby during pregnancy, and the way in which congenital syphilis impacts the baby and birthing person differs based on mother's stage of syphilis and past syphilis treatment. So congenital syphilis can cause miscarriage, stillbirth, premature birth, low birth weight, and infant death. And you see here that congenital syphilis has drastically increased over the last 5 years. This is for all race ethnicities. And it's important to note that every case of congenital syphilis is preventable. Syphilis is curable with antibiotics, and testing during pregnancy and treatment prevent this condition. So then looking at congenital syphilis in AIAN, you see here that in 2022, an Indigenous person in the U.S. had a 1 in 155 chance of giving birth to a baby with congenital syphilis, as compared to nearly a 1 in 2,000 at the national level for white. And then looking specifically at South Dakota, AIAN individual has a 1 in 42 chance compared to nearly 1 in 4,000 in white. So with that in mind, the goals of my project were to visualize barriers that contribute to disparities in maternal health and outcomes, including maternal mortality, infant mortality, and congenital syphilis. And the goal was to create a tool that could be used for policy decision makers, funders, and then general awareness to improve maternal and prenatal health care. So to capture the picture of maternal health in AIM birthing people, I developed an asset map that combines multiple layers, some of which highlight available resources, such as hospitals, birthing-friendly facilities, and then also emphasizing barriers that these communities may face, so including geographic distance, provider availability, and rural-urban. So starting with that, first starting with the AIM population density, so highlighting where American Indian Alaska Native birthing people live, and where there's a need for these culturally responsive birthing and maternal health resources. Next, important to contextualize where tribal land is located. Tribal land represents sovereign nations, each with governance, health systems, and cultural practices. So understanding where these barriers are is important in looking at resources available. Next, rural-urban classification layer at the census tract level to understand things like transportation and healthcare access availability. And then next looking, so according to 2024 March of Dimes data, 35% of counties are considered maternity care deserts, and an important component of that is availability of OBGYN providers. So this layer allows you to look at which counties have OBGYN providers and maybe lack those, and can highlight where birthing people might have to travel to get prenatal care. Next up in my asset map is looking at IHS healthcare, so Indian Health Services health facilities. And so this layer has a variety, including hospitals, health centers, Alaska Village clinics, health locations, and an important one that we are interested in is looking at the intersection between behavioral health and SUD treatment facilities, especially considering there's an intersection of congenital syphilis and substance use, such that substance use has been associated with higher syphilis transmission rates and barriers to prenatal care testing and treatment. And each one of these is clickable, so you can see like clinic hours and things like that. And then an IHS obstetrics facility is a hospital or clinic that's operated by Indian Health Services and provides obstetric care. In stark contrast to that last map, this shows that there are only 9 IHS obstetric facilities that exist across the US. Taking kind of a step back, this layer looks at the availability of birthing-friendly hospitals. Birthing-friendly is a distinction that facilities have implemented evidence-based maternal and infant health care, including safe, high-quality, respectful care during labor and delivery. Again, each one of these is clickable to see more information about the health facility. And then finally, I wanted to include the Maternal Vulnerability Index, which integrates 56 indicators across 6 different domains, including reproductive health, physical health, mental health, and substance use, general health care, and socioeconomic determinants. And this ranks counties from 0 to 100, with 100 being the highest vulnerability. And this highlights communities where pregnant people face greater barriers to healthy pregnancy and safe delivery. And then, so I examined those asset layers, showing where resources exist, birthing facilities, IHS facilities, and we also wanted to look at health outcomes. So like I mentioned in the beginning, maternal mortality, infant mortality, congenital syphilis, and primary and secondary syphilis. And just because of small numbers, these outcomes can't be stratified by AIN except for primary and secondary syphilis, and have to be looked at the same level, but can be overlaid with all of the other layers. And so, next steps, we are planning to continue to add assets to our maps, including transportation and more substance use indicators. We also want to look at nurse midwives, and then work on broader dissemination of our application, in particular for policy advancement. And so I want to thank my partners at the Raven Collective, Jessica and Ashley for their continued partnership on this work, and the fellowship for an opportunity to continue to build out this work. And yeah, I'll take any questions.
Questions?
This may be a little bit in the weeds, so I apologize if it is. I was just curious, on your map you had the rural-urban classification scheme, and I didn't get close enough to see the key. Which classification scheme did you end up using, and like how was it sliced? Oh, thank you.
Yeah. I used the one from National Center for Health Statistics. Yeah, and just it goes through the large metro all the way through the non-core.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yeah, thank you. For the two maps that you had for the health centers and then the obstetric health centers, do you have information on where the births are happening? And because it was almost nothing, right? You only had 9 centers.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have information on where births tend to be taking place in the communities that, like home or community care or things like that?
I'd be interested to see that
No
too,
worries,
but
I was
yeah,
just
I don't know
wondering.
where
Okay.
that exists necessarily. I know that, you know, oftentimes it's emergency rooms, and so looking into that, yeah. Okay, helpful, thank you.
This is just a quick question about the birthing data. You were studying mainly like live births, not cesarean section-based births?
Oh, not necessarily.
Okay, it's just, okay.
Any other questions?
Thank you for sharing this important topic. My question relates to, are you talking to AIA and individuals and getting their input, to her point about where births are occurring, because they're the cultural component of they may be doing it at home, they may be not even accessing or trusting the care provider, so how all of that relates is another layer in this.
Yeah, that's so important. I think something that I would personally love to involve in this is stories and getting some of that qualitative data wrapped in and integrating it in a thoughtful way, because the array is so important to have the firsthand experience.
Hi Montana, I know we talked about this briefly, but I just wanted to know how probably what you're thinking about incorporating the idea that currently benzathine penicillin, which is used to treat syphilis in general, it's insufficient. It's not available, or it's available but not in in good numbers, according to CDC. So is there a way that you are thinking of incorporating that in the asset map that you have?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I wonder how you'd be able to keep up with that and make sure that you're showing accurate availability because, you know, it is so up and down, so that's interesting. If you had ideas on where I could get that, I'd be all ears.
Any questions? Okay. I want to pause for Montana. Thank you. Awesome. I'm introducing Zoe Maxwell with her project on mapping tree equity priority zones in Central Falls.
Yes.
Hi everyone, I'm Zoe. I came here from Rhode Island, small little state. I don't know if many of you know of it, but I don't have too many slides like everyone else, so my plan is just to give some context on Central Falls and then kind of do a deeper dive into the actual map that I made, and then have time for questions at the end. You can go to the, Okay. Before I start, I guess I'll just give some context. I'm not affiliated with any organization for this project necessarily. I just was working for a lab at Brown, and I was working with Green Space to see if it improved children's mental health. And then simultaneously, I was coaching soccer in Central Falls, which I'll get into a little bit more, and learned a lot about just the area and how they lack green space and some of their needs. And so then I learned about this SDOH in place opportunity, and it felt perfect. So that's kind of how I landed here, and it's been really interesting, so thank you guys. So yeah, just to give some more context on Central Falls, it's a city in Providence County, so I don't know if anyone is familiar with Providence, but that's like the biggest city in Rhode Island, and then Central Falls is super, super small with about 19,000 residents, of which 9% are 65 and older, many of which have lived in Central Falls for a while. It does have a good walkability score and a good livability score, but definitely more context is needed. And there are some just overall health concerns in the space. Mainly because it is a pretty low income area. A lot of the older residents are less likely than state estimates to report engaging in physical activity, and there's higher rates of obesity, depression, diabetes, asthma, and hypertension. And so I thought this was a good place to focus on, mainly because green space could improve, as we talked about earlier today, which is really interesting, could improve physical activity and mental health. There we go. I learned yesterday that not many people know what NDVI is, so I can get into that a little bit more. But this is also just for some more context, because green spaces have changed over time within Central Falls. In this map, essentially, NDVI is looking at vegetation from satellite imagery, and you see in 2000 everything is orangey, which means not good. And then if we go to 2023, you can see that there has been a lot more vegetation, which is a great sign. But obviously, as we talked about earlier as well, there's more context needed, and NDVI itself doesn't indicate how accessible these spaces are. It just means that there's more greenery. So yeah, it's just a little bit more background. Yeah.
Do you want to hit the down button? There you go.
Great. And some more context, asthma, I was only able to get data from Rhode Island, not Central Falls specifically, but asthma is one huge problem in the state of Rhode Island, especially for low-income individuals. And so that was just more of a reason to sort of design this map for this particular demographic. And I'll get into a little bit more, but a lot of the residents in Central Falls either fall into that first category of less than $15,000 or that third category of $25,000 to $50,000. And so again, with green space being a great solution to help with asthma, that was just more reason to focus on this demographic. And this kind of just touches on what I just said. A lot of the residents in Central Falls fall in that second highest asthma prevalence, and so that's why it's really necessary to expand the protective infrastructure such as tree canopy coverage and green space revitalization. And then I also thought, it was really important to visualize where these improvements could be made and also identify the remaining gaps. And you'll see in my map, I really wanted to emphasize community voices because I think oftentimes cities make decisions without integrating what the community actually wants, so that was my main focus. And I also will just preface that I wasn't able to get many quotes, but that will be part of the next steps. So here, I took some photos, I went around Central Falls and kind of just took a look to see what their green space looked like. And I have the other microphone, but this is one of their main parks. There's a field in the middle, and then there's this little river. And then this is another park where you can see sunset. There's about 3 acres of space. This is where I coach soccer, and it's a great new resource that they have, but there's no green space. So on the hot days, all the kids are just really hot. The parents watching have no shade. So that's been an ongoing topic of discussion. And then this is another park that they have, which again, it looks pretty, and there's splash pads for the kids, but the parents have no shade. And so, can we go into the map?
Yes. Yeah, feel free to use this and that.
I can use this?
Yeah, or you can present from there. Anything works.
Oh, thank you. Can everyone hear me? Okay, awesome. So this is my map. My goal is to kind of keep it simple because I don't know if I will be the one taking it over after this. I really wanted to just give it to the city to say, hey, here are the gaps. Here's where you really need to prioritize improving green space, and this is what the community members are saying. So that in order to maintain it, it's pretty easy. It's really just, can communities or community people add voices, and you just essentially add that quote in, and then it's pretty user friendly. So we're seeing. I really wish I added a QR code, so I apologize. But yeah, essentially we're just seeing different spaces where you need like different priority levels. So for example, this is the highest priority level, and you can't really see it, I think it's kind of zoomed out. But that is where the tree equity score is actually the lowest. Thank you. And you can see here, I was able to get in touch with a tree committee in Central Falls actually, which was really cool. And they gave me some data on where they're currently planting trees. So here you can see that they're planting trees in a pretty high need area here as well. And then these little dots here represent outdoor recreation spaces, just to give more context. And then if you zoom out a little to get to the quotes, could you click on that? If you click on the quotes up here, again, if you pull it up on your laptop, you can see it better, but it's just essentially a direct quote, thank you, of what the community is saying. And unfortunately, it takes a while to build community trust, so it was hard to really get a lot of community quotes, but they essentially in the tree committees were just saying that we really appreciate the green space we have, but it's not accessible, and it needs a lot of maintenance, and the residents would really, benefit from being involved in the decisions that they're making. So I guess in terms of next steps.
Back to the slides?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Oops. Oh, wait.
In terms of next steps, I really wanted to expand this free interactive tool. I honestly didn't know that UMap existed before this. And so I think it's really awesome that it is free and pretty user-friendly because I have not much mapping experience. So yeah, I really hope to just get in contact with the city so that they can use this and any opportunity they have for maybe to get more funding. This is just a direct tool for people to see what the community wants and also what the data is saying, like where are the trees, where is the highest need. So yeah. These are my references, and thank you so much to SDOH and Place. I really appreciate this opportunity, and yeah, thank you guys for listening. Let me know if you have questions.
Hi, thank you. I love how you incorporate community voices. I know that you mentioned that there's a large amount of the population that is, I think, over the age of like 60 or 65, but you also work with children in the community. So I was wondering about the demographics from where those community quotes are from.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I guess I could have emphasized as well that these quotes came directly from the tree committee meeting where I was trying to showcase what I'm trying to do. And both residents are, one is a college student and the other is in her 40s. So yeah, not really touching on like the child or the older age demographic, but one woman does have a child, so I thought it was really interesting. And she plays a pivotal role in the community, so I thought it was really interesting hearing her perspective on them just not really having much of a say of what's going on in the community, especially because she has a child who plays around all day and would really benefit from more tree access, from more accessible green space. Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Thank you. This is a really interesting topic. Do you have a sense of why they are planting trees where they are right now? So there's obviously an effort to do this, but did you get any insights as to decision-making behind that right now?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I don't know if anyone's familiar with Groundwork Rhode Island, but they essentially they do a lot of good work in Rhode Island, and I was informed that they were planting trees in the areas in Central Falls that have the highest asthma rate. So part of this work kind of touched on, can we get more trees for shade? Can we get more trees just to improve general health? But I also was interested in, can we have more accessible green space for physical activity, for movement, which you touched on, Christine, which was really interesting. But yeah, to answer your question, I believe it was the areas with the highest asthma rate, and also American Forest does amazing work, and they used their data, and you could see in the color coordinated sections, the lightest color corresponded to the highest need or the lowest tree equity. And so, yeah, that was where they were planting, which is awesome to see that they're planting in good spaces.
And as a follow-up to that, does that then give you the idea that there's more granular information on asthma rates in communities?
Yeah, do you mean because I use the state level data?
Well, yeah, because you were looking at state and yet they're planting these trees in what you say are these areas of showing need.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I do kind of wish I worked harder to try to find city level data, but I am not 100% sure if they are in fact planting where the highest asthma rates are, but within the community, when I went to several different meetings, that was their goal. So I can't confirm that that's what they did, but that is a goal that they have. And I think that they did really rely on the tree equity score to inform where they were planting as well.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
One more question. Not necessarily a question, but a comment of the ability to have the quotes for people in the community who are looking to apply for funding to plant more trees. Having those quotes and the community engagement, it's making that community piece accessible to the community-based organizations that are trying to go and get money to do this work. So that's a really important piece of this and a great opportunity for them.
Thank you. I had a meeting with someone who works at the city level, and yeah, that's what he was saying, essentially, that if we apply for more funding, this would be a great tool to have. I learned through the whole process that it's really hard to get in touch with people, and building community trust, as I mentioned, is difficult. And while we had this one-on-one meeting and connection, I was like, oh, he's gonna be a great part of this project. He's gonna get me all these quotes. Didn't happen, which is okay. But yeah, he definitely helped me inform that that's a crucial part of the project. Alton?
Awesome.
Thank you guys.
Thank you for your help. Next up, we have Georgie Kinsman. She couldn't join us in person, so she'll be joining over Zoom.
Yep.
Just have a hold
Just give me a bit.
Just give us 1 second while we all together.
So here we're gonna swap.
Yes, can you hear me? Yes.
Mapping to connect families to healthy food in White Earth Nation. Round of applause.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Georgie Kinsman and I work as a chronic disease evaluator with the Minnesota Department of Health. Today, I will be talking about facilitating food access, asset mapping to connect families to healthy food in White Earth Nation. My presentation will heavily focus on what it looks like in practice to do mapping for a rural area and specifically a tribal nation. A little disclaimer about the map and map process I'm about to share, but I think this is relevant to many, if not all of you, especially those working in public health, whether it's at a state level like me, in academia, the nonprofit setting, clinical or otherwise. Working for a state agency in Minnesota, I was not able to accept a stipend due to the nature of this project being connected to existing work that is currently being funded by a CDC grant that the Minnesota Department of Health was awarded. While ideally I would have involved community members in all phases of the map development, community engagement was limited to a pre-project needs and landscape assessment, but we plan to user test the functionality and utility of the map in coming weeks. My colleagues at MDH and our partner, White Earth Tribal Health Department, however, were consulted in the creation of the map, especially when it came to choosing the inclusion and exclusion criteria for sites to be mapped. Funding for diabetes prevention work at the Minnesota Department of Health comes solely from a CDC grant, and uncertainty in funding renewal mid-summer 2025 led to a delay in the timeline for map development and user testing. With that being said, I want to jump into what the project is and what led to asset mapping. In 2023, the Minnesota Department of Health was awarded funds for diabetes prevention and management, which includes making evidence-based programming accessible for children and families at highest risk of developing diabetes. Over the next year, we worked to identify populations at highest risk, which included American Indians and US-born Black and African Americans. And then we determined which program would work best within those populations identified. We convened a work group that determined the Smart Moves program was the best fit, which is a lifestyle change program for children and their caregivers to promote increased physical activity, healthy eating, social connectedness, and self-efficacy. We conducted a number of community conversations with American Indians living in rural Minnesota to better understand the barriers to chronic disease prevention and management. We heard from community that food and nutrition access was a top reason why people cannot be as healthy as they would like to be. In Minnesota, an estimated 80% of tribal reservation land are food deserts. I want to give a little bit of context about the area in which we are currently working. Ga-wa-ba-biganakog, or White Earth Indian Reservation, stretches 1,300 square miles in rural northwestern Minnesota, pictured in red. As the state's largest Indian reservation by landmass, it encompasses all of Mahnomen County and portions of Becker and Clearwater counties. In 2024, it was estimated that just over 5,000 people reside in Mahnomen County. Mahnomen County has a slightly declining population rate according to census data. As you can imagine, the small population size and its declining rate factor into the availability of resources and services, including grocery stores and food shelves. We recognize that lifestyle change doesn't happen in a vacuum, which is why it was important that our work with White Earth Nation to implement Smart Moves addresses health-related social needs, including food security. By September 2025, it was our goal to create a user-centered asset map that connects White Earth Tribal Health Department Smart Moves participants in Mahnomen County to vetted resources near them to address food and nutrition insecurity. Due to the small population size, there are just 6 zip codes in all of Mahnomen County, which made the methods I'm going to share possible. We first determined the inclusion and exclusion criteria for sites, and we used the resource locator Find Help. In Find Help, we considered sites that were listed as a food pantry, food delivery, or meal service for inclusion. We also made sure sites were free or low-cost food. We excluded from our search sites listed as emergency food or help pay for food, which includes government and other financial assistance programs like WIC, SNAP, Market Bucks, and more. We also excluded sites where only restricted populations can access or that didn't align with our participant population. One example of this was meal delivery for ovarian cancer patients. We also excluded resources or services that did not have a heavy focus on food access, for instance, homemaker services. I used ArcGIS to create an instant app with the search nearby functionality so users, whether it's a Smart Moves program leader or a caregiver within the Smart Moves program, can type in their home address or the address of the Smart Moves on-site location and search for food resources near them. I do want to note that after the inclusion and exclusion criteria were applied to the available food and nutrition resources and services in Mahnomen County, there were just 3 sites that met all of the criteria. While this came as a bit of a surprise to me and other colleagues living in metro areas, this likely was not a surprise for those living in rural or remote areas. This is an example where not having a variety of perspectives and experience during all phases of map development led to a less usable map than I imagined. While the development of this map has been a learning experience for me, and I will take what I've learned into the expansion of Smart Moves among other areas of the state, this map turned out to be not very helpful as is. I'm currently working with Smart Moves program staff to build out a map to include other resources, including safe spaces for movement and physical activity, and hopefully will be of more use in the future. I'm going to share what it looks like from the user's perspective right now, although some things on this slide have been scaled for better visibility. In the upper left, I typed in the address of the on-site location of Smart Moves, and as you can see, just one food resource site was within the distance I applied, 35 miles. Next steps. When the updated asset map is ready for testing, we plan to have the Smart Moves program staff and participants try it out during the first full-length cohort of the program that runs from October 2025 to April 2026. We are expanding our implementation of Smart Moves to other areas of the state with our partner, the University of Minnesota Extension, and I plan to take what I've learned and apply it to future mapping efforts. Are there any questions for me?
Any questions?
Georgie, thank you so much for this super interesting talk. So you noted that the one search criteria you showed was 35 miles, which for metro city dwellers seems like really far, but within rural spaces that might not be the case. So could you talk a bit about like transportation behaviors, challenges? I know that in a different part of Minnesota, there's really innovative work on like GTFS flex services, like dial-a-ride or shuttles and that sort of thing. But like, are those potential resources in this part? And yeah, like what are some of the challenges, and would access to transportation help bridge the gap potentially?
Thank you for that question. I think it's going to be really challenging, especially in Monoman County, in this very, I would call it more remote than rural. There are no Ubers, there's no, transportation infrastructure in that area of the state. So I think connecting people to transportation services is going to take some creativity, but I think with community input and input from Smart Moves staff, we can potentially add that into an asset map and work to build those connections over time.
Hello, I was wondering, well, first of all, thank you for the interesting project. I was wondering if there was, or if you heard about in the project any prevalence of informal food networks, things like backyard gardens and food swapping. Might be kind of hard to map, but it's been done. So I was wondering if you had heard about that and whether there might be any way of incorporating into the map.
Yeah, thank you for this suggestion and idea. I think it's really important that in future iterations of this map, we consider sites like that aren't listed on like program locators like Find Help, and that are more community focused, community run, and maybe aren't on any lists you can find on the internet. So I think that's where community engagement is going to be really important. And like I said, if I were to do this over again, that community engagement at all phases of the map development would have been really ideal.
Hi, Georgie. Did you not come here because you're working on the evaluation and performance measure reports? Because I'm also on the CDC diabetes for Illinois.
Yeah, I actually just turned that in yesterday morning. So working on that too, but yeah.
So I empathize, and I know this is probably strategy 8.
Yes.
Have you, to what Danny was mentioning, thought about within the Indigenous populations, there are knowledgeable people who could possibly train on how to grow your own food. So including something like that in the asset map. But sometimes we learn from the failures, and having worked on CVD and diabetes, trying to identify resources for social drivers of health, they aren't out there, and they aren't in the databases. And so what you've done highlights that, and that's something to take back to policymakers and say, there's 2 sites in this vast area. So sometimes our failures are where innovation comes from, so.
Yes, totally. Thank you for that.
Thank you so
much, Georgie. And then last but not least for this showcase, we have Bryce. Bryce Takenaka with Spatialized Violence, Militourism Impacts Across Hawai'i, Āina. I think I'm pronouncing all that correct, I'm pretty sure I'm butchering it. What he said. So yeah, this is Bryce Takenaka. Round of applause.
Give me a moment, I'm transitioning from, yeah.
Can everybody hear me? This is Maxwell here. Okay. Aloha, my name is Bryce Takenaka. I'm from Oahu, Hawai'i, fluent, so apologies if I sound like super tired. And I'm a PhD candidate at the Yale School of Public Health, Department of Social and Behavior Sciences. And I've arrived at this project moving through an occupied Hawaii, being from there, but also being trained as a social epidemiologist, which really gave me the language to really articulate these ruptures and inequities, especially among Kanaka Waiwi and Native Hawaiians. So in Hawaii, according to a study using 2010 census data, Native Hawaiians had the lowest healthy life expectancy across sex and ethno-racial identity, contrary to a lot of the popular narratives of Hawaii being like the healthiest state. Various studies have also documented increased incidences and prevalence of chronic conditions like heart disease, cancer, diabetes, along with other structural deficits, like increased proportion of Native Hawaiians being homeless and about 53% being displaced from their own ancestral lands according to the 2020 census. These individualized conditions are often relegated to the historical and recapitulation of settler colonialism and racial violence, in which many of these diseases and conditions were brought back in the 18th century. So I know we don't have like a lot of time to go through the history of the Hawaiian Kingdom, but in summary, the overthrow and the ongoing evolution of settler colonial violence were largely due to U.S. military forces that worked strategically to make Hawaii a pivotal site for transnational U.S. imperialism. And while these events did not really happen in a vacuum, they were calculated building blocks. So starting in 1848, the Great Mahele, which really changed how land was managed and who could purchase land. Going on to the Treaty of Reciprocity, which really opened the opportunity to create a repair station, an enable coaling station for ships in Pu'uloa, which is now known as Pearl Harbor for most of you. And soon after, in 1887, the Bayonet Constitution, which was kind of like the first part of attempts to strip power from the monarchy, and then soon after in 1893, which ultimately led to the illegal stripping of power from the Hawaiian Kingdom and annexing Hawaii as a territory in 1898. So a lot of these events really paved the way for an unprecedented military and corporate tourism expansion. So military and tourism together make up slightly under half of the economy in Hawaii, Hawaii remains one of the most densely militarized areas in the US and occupies over 22% of total land area. So that's about like 200,000 acres. And in 2024, the Hawaii Tourism Authority reported 11 million tourists visiting in Hawaii just in that year alone, and still making up over an annual $2 billion revenue corporation. However, the continued destruction of our land and the prostitution of Hawaiian culture are really designed and executed by these very multinational corporations, in which these fantasies claim military and tourism as Hawaii's economic savior, and these narratives are often regurgitated seamlessly through technologies of our everyday, like social media, film, and television. So for this project, I specifically lean into the late Teresa Teaiwa, positioning Hawaii as part of Oceania, in which settler colonialism manifests in what she describes as militourism, end quote, a phenomenon by which military and paramilitary forces ensures the smooth running of a tourist industry, and that same tourist industry masks the military forces behind it. Teaiwa also suggests that militarism is a camouflage effect, particularly in the nuclear Pacific, where the most militarized islands are often commodified for tourism. So overall, militourism, I know it sounds just like militarism, but militourism helps us really understand and highlight geographic sites that sanction the military and tourism, and sites where tourism routes and military violence have really degraded this the environmental landscape and expunged and exploited indigenous communities in their own lands. So for the purpose of this project, we wanted to demonstrate how military and tourism developments influence neighborhood deprivation across Hawaii, and descriptively document the distribution of where these sites are across Hawaii. This was a community-driven approach, partnering with local environmental justice organizations like Hawaii Peace and Justice, and also engaging our youth in Hawaii in conversations to really understand their knowledge, attitudes, and lived experiences related to militarization, tourism, and environmental injustice. So the prototype that I've created throughout the duration of this project, I used secondary data sources, starting with, I guess, our main main outcome variable, pulled from the Neighborhood Deprivation Index, or Area Deprivation Index by the University of Wisconsin. This ADI really ranks neighborhoods by adverse social exposure. So 17 measures of income, education, employment, and housing quality at the census block level. So I think in total 17 individual variables that are composited to provide a score from 1, meaning least deprived, versus to 10, most deprived. And our study operates at the census block group. Military developments were operationalized as proxies for military sites or bases, and this was derived from a website from Nohoheva, which is created by a Kanaka Maoli scholar, filmmaker actually. And what I had to do creatively was, from this list of military bases, I manually extracted the addresses from each site and geocoded them from addresses to points in ArcGIS. And for tourism developments, I used the Apify AI scraper through Google Map, which I used search terms such as hotels, short-term rentals, and vacation homes, and it produced a total of 783 addresses that were found under those search terms. And this is all publicly available data too. So here's kind of like screenshots of the prototype. It initially started as just providing a deficit map, but I think being on the ground through the organizing, there was a lot of like lack of education about kind of the ongoing events related to the military and tourism that's happening. So the story map is kind of laid out like this presentation. I kind of provide some context of like the key historical events that kind of led to the contemporary conditions that we're seeing today across Hawaii, and I provide a specific close-up example of Oahu, which is the most militarized island across Hawaii, and I'll walk you through this legend on the far left. So if you can see this, the neighborhood deprivation index scores go from 1 through 10, 1 being the lowest deprived versus 10 being the highest. So you can see different like pockets of clusters of like where high deprivation is on the island, which is kind of consistent to like how other scholars have documented neighborhood segregation in Hawaii. The blue points you can see, apologize, they're really small, are the military development sites, and then the purple is all the tourism development sites. Yeah. So looking to the future, I continue to plan to engage community partners in the iterative feedback, along with the other organizations that we kind of partner with through advocacy efforts. This is also kind of a segue into my dissertation project, which hopefully includes a larger sample of tourism developments. I also wanted to modify the feature classes of military bases because it doesn't account for the land that's actually used, so changing that variable from a point data to a feature class. And also expanding the covariance, so kind of mimicking the composite score of the deprivation index. I plan to kind of extract those individual variables to also be able to like kind of see the distribution of all of those measures, and also running some spatial autocorrelation models. I did a paper similarly on alcohol density using a hierarchical Bayesian model, so maybe considering doing something similar like that. And also incorporating the qualitative elements. So my dissertation project also uses photo mapping, which involves ethnographic neighborhood walking tours with Kanaka Maoli and photo voice elements. So kind of like being able to use the stories to also capture kind of like what we're seeing with the secondary data. And then lastly, additionally to this really pressing events that are happening in Hawaii, with the military leases set to expire in 2029. So if you haven't heard, in 1964, shortly after World War II, the US was able to secure a 65-year lease of 30,000 acres of land for $1. And those leases are set to expire and are up for negotiation in 2029. And the story map and the deficit maps will be used to kind of steward the local organizing and advocacy efforts, education-wise, but also raising awareness of the leases and in efforts to kind of retain all of our land back by 2029. And my references, and mahalo nui to Dr. Kolak, Mark, and Cameron, and the whole team. This was a really accessible training, being in Hawaii, doing the work. My partners, Hawaii Peace and Justice, and YSPH for their ongoing support. That's it.
Hi, I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about how you use PhotoPlus and what was produced out of that.
Yeah, I haven't done that yet.
Not yet, okay.
Yeah, but
Our plan for it.
the plan is to kind of, through the neighborhood walking tours, folks will take photos of the neighborhoods we visit. Then in another interview, we kind of revisit those photos and those conversations to kind of like reflexively come up with like consensus themes that were happening. So it's kind of a more of like a checks and balances approach, but ideally it would be to like kind of map photos onto specific either like census blocks or like particular locations within that to kind of see the lived like individual experiences that are happening in conversation with kind of the things we're seeing kind of at a wider scope with the deprived scores and the other American community survey measures, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Hey, this is such a great presentation, and I really appreciated your use of the story map. I think that's such a great medium to like showcase the intersection of like historical structural forces as well as the spatial data. So I had a question. So you use the area deprivation index, and as you know, there's a lot of different indices that we could use to measure different dimensions of, you know, vulnerability. And so what led you to select the ADI as opposed to some of these other indices?
Yeah, for those of you who do not know, so the area deprivation index was originally created by Gopal Singh, and the University of Wisconsin Center for Health Disparities kind of adapted that to include more contemporary health indicators that are beyond just clinical, but more so social and so forth. So what was different about the neighborhood deprivation index was because it was attached to the census block group and not just zip codes, which is what I think the social vulnerability index was, I think. I'm not too sure, don't quote me on that, but it was really that like spatial element that allowed me to kind of like map visually at a micro level that I haven't seen really done for Hawaii specifically, because also Hawaii is like an archipelago, and like how census block groups are like mapped there are often done differently compared to like the other states. So that was a really big part of like why the neighborhood deprivation index was what I chose, and I've used it before in Connecticut and Georgia. So that was also like I had kind of like the existing processes and work plan just to adapt it for Hawaii, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. My question's also is about the index that you used. I know you mentioned how you adapted it to Hawaii for when considering spatial units. I was wondering if you have given any thought to if there are any variables that you need to remove or add to make it relevant to the cultural context of Hawaii.
Yeah, so there aren't really cultural elements since the entire index is from the American Community Survey. They do provide helpful objective standard measures like unemployment, income, to kind of like conceptually draw to larger structural factors that shape those things. But I think the cultural element really is going to be coming from the qualitative element of like the interviews, the pictures of like the actual neighborhoods in wherever I'm able to be in conversation with, and yeah. So that's kind of one part of it. I'm also doing like a survey too to just for Kanaka to kind of assess kind of those cultural measures quantitatively. For example, someone I'm working with, Samantha Kilana-Scott, she was a co-author on a paper that validated the Āina connectedness scale. So Āina in Hawaiian means land, so being able to quantify that, we could also kind of incorporate some of those preliminary findings too. It's going to be cross-sectional, so I think we'll need to take time to like appropriately kind of map those things, but I think even incorporating it on the side, even if it's not mappable in a sense, like I think that also will provide like a digestible way of like thinking about the cultural aspects to militourism, violence, but also like resilience and yeah.
Thank you.
Hi Bryce, thank you very much for that presentation. It was great learning about military tourism. As you were presenting, I was kind of thinking about some health outcomes that could be maybe prevalent in such a community, like mental health issues. So I don't know whether that's something you are thinking about in your work, because in those communities, the deprivation is very high, and then there is this impact from military tourism. You would think that maybe there could be a couple of mental health related issues.
Yeah, I think also other people have kind of suggested this in their presentations, but for Hawaii, like a lot of the individual health indicators stop at the census tract level, not at the census block level. So considering like secondary data and incorporating that into this is needed. I think just figuring out a way to make sure we're not like inappropriately drawing spatial boundaries and mapping on like outcomes to like our exposures, which are like measured at different geographic levels. But kind of like I said, I think like maybe thinking about ways to incorporate the primary data survey that will also kind of capture mental health and substance use scores in tandem with kind of these larger secondary data sets. But if there are sources that capture health indicators at like the block level, I'm happy to chit chat.
Hi, thanks for that interesting presentation and kind of, I guess, connecting us to Hawaii. I was thinking about the sort of census tracts and block group and how it looked like at least some of them sort of extend, they're like a long and narrow and extend up the mountains. And how that might kind of affect calculations of things like spatial autocorrelation and how that relates back to how people experience space in Hawaii. Like that you might have a block group that extends so far up into the mountains it's actually touching a block group from the other side of the island, when like the way people move I think is probably kind of more along the shoreline. Anyway, I was wondering if you had any thoughts about how like census data geographies connect up with sort of the lived experience of Hawaiian life, I guess. Sorry that I'm not getting
that one more time.
All right. So in my experience going to Hawaii, there's a lot of people seem to think of the geography of Hawaii as either you're sort of up the mountain or towards the coast, or along the coast in one or the other ways, which isn't, I think, how like census geographies work. They often are, sometimes they're sort of oddly shaped, or like in Honolulu itself is probably, you have a lot of small block groups, but a lot of them might extend up the mountain a lot. So does that create an issue for you thinking about your data and how it actually relates to the lived experiences of people who are living in Hawaii?
Thanks for rephrasing that for me. I'm a little slow today and most of this, but yeah, definitely that's something to consider. And I think in 2 points. So one of the things I'm hoping to do is kind of modify the main exposure variables like military developments to not represent points, but rather like very accurate spatial boundaries of land use. And for the census, I think, from my understanding, it's pretty. Actually, can I like backtrack to the Oahu slide?
Let's do it. You can click the
okay.
left. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so there's definitely some, I guess, potential for modifiable area unit problem with the way I'm currently have the data, because like you said, some the boundaries kind of go over like mountain ranges where like people don't really like live. So I think definitely when I do more of the inferential statistics of the project, I think like being considerate of like how I'm weighting the data too. Using the block group level. But I think like because the main outcome or the main exposure are like military and tourism sites, I think focusing on how those are kind of represented should be more prioritized than the census block groups, since those data are represented across, oh my gosh, sorry, I'm like thinking out loud and kind of like walking through the workflow in my head. Anyways, long story short, I think being considered like how I'm weighting the data for the analysis for both the block group and the specific sites will be an important consideration that I'm looking forward to.
Thanks, and for answering my confusing question.
Final round of applause for Bryce. Alright, so we're going to take a quick 5-minute break while we set up the next showcase. So feel free to use the restroom, grab some more coffee, etc. And we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Can I ask for a quick, it'll be like a 15-second deviation.
Please.
If you open up a new screen and go to the SDOH and place reports, I just wanted to highlight the book that Beth's coming out, because Bryce is actually in it.
This
And,
one? The report, that should be over
yeah, so if you click on that. Because then I can just highlight that and just be like, by the way, coming soon next month. And I think that if you click on the book, it'll take you to the link itself.
Also in the scripted, you were supposed to do this session, but I
curious.
I was. Do you want me to do the next one?
If you could.
Yeah, of course.
I just,
That way you
everything was
have a little bit
happening.
of a break.
Yeah.
No worries. It's happened. I wasn't even looking at the internal. I figured.
upper right. I think upper right is usually a good spot.
Okay. That should be in presentation, upper right. Here we go.
Stay right now. Okay.
So first things off, as you guys are coming back, you just heard from one of the chapter the chapter authors of a new textbook that's coming out called Place and the Social Spatial Determinants of Health. So right now you can pre-order on Amazon, IndieBound, Barnes & Nobles, you name it. A bunch of us in this room have written chapters, so I highly recommend reading Bryce's chapter when it comes out. I believe it's due, I think you can pre-order it now, it'll come out at the end of October. Maybe potentially the very beginning of November, depending on how the publisher works. And it's an open source text, so the textbook itself is $56, I believe, but then there will also be a free online version. So you can share that with your colleagues and all that sort of thing. So, yay Bryce. So talk to Bryce about his chapter, ask him about it, it's really good. Awesome, so I feel like you're, Bryce, I know that you're technically a social epi, but I kind of feel like you're an honorary geographer as well. So next up, we're going to be hearing from Yang and from University of California, Davis. This talk will be a little different because he was also not, or they were also not available to be here today in person. So we're actually going to be listening to a pre-recorded talk. And we'll try to crank up the volume as much as possible so y'all can hear. But yeah, let's get things on.
Oh yeah.
Hello everyone, I am Ya and I am not able to join you all today, so I will be presenting remotely. My topic is focused on tobacco sedation services for sexual and gender minorities in California. Before we start, I do want to provide a little background on myself and what led to my interest in this topic. I was a refugee from Thailand and I resettled in low-income neighborhoods. Growing up, I just remember hating all the smokes and hating how people would smoke around me. I just didn't like it. I know that hate is a very strong word, but I just remember clearly that I did not like it. I did not like the way that they behave. As I got older, I realized that it wasn't a choice, but rather it was a system that put the people around me to use these substances, right, to have these risky behaviors. I also identify as gay, and I recognize that there are high tobacco use rates among sexual and gender minorities. And I also later realized that we are specifically targeted by the tobacco industry. Right now, I'm currently a PhD student in public health sciences at UC Davis, and I do research with the Tobacco Sedation Policy Research Center. So now I want to go over some of the goals for this project. And just for the purpose of timing, I will focus on my primary goal, which is to create a comprehensive map of tobacco sedation services tailored for sexual and gender minorities in California. I did have a supporting objective that I was not able to accomplish. Initially, I hypothesized that there would be a farther distance for sexual and gender minorities to access
tobacco cessation services compared to cisgendered heterosexuals. However, I did not have the skills to accomplish this goal. This meant the research skills, this meant like the skills to use R and to map. So I was not able to accomplish it. So I do want to emphasize that. For this project, I designed a human-centered framework based on what we all learned from our toolkits. I made sure that sexual and gender minorities are prioritized. I systematically identify cessation services through online searches, through organizational directories, and public health resources from the California Department of Health. I also reached out to community partners and service providers to see if their tobacco cessation programs offer services for this population. I utilized R to develop a geospatial map that visually displays the distribution of the services and to highlight the gaps in terms of access. Now let's get to the interactive maps. I know that with the slide here, I'm not able to zoom in and zoom out of the map. But we can see here that California is very huge, and based on what I put here, there were only 9 organizations that offer tobacco cessation services for sexual and gender minorities in California, which is pretty concerning given that California is probably one of the most liberal states and one of the states that typically have more resources for this population. We can also see that in the northern part above Chico and the Central Valley, which is where Fresno is at, these regions do not provide any services at all. There was one organization that provided cessation services, but you can't see it from the screenshot and you would have to zoom in on the interactive map. Just to reiterate, we found that urban places like Los Angeles and San Francisco have more cessation services compared to rural areas, which, remain underserved. And we also found that there were cessation services online that do offer services for this population, but there was no clear information on their website as to whether or not they provide service for this population or they have providers who are culturally competent. So this makes it very difficult to even attempt to use the service if one identifies as a sexual or gender minority. We also found that sexual and gender minorities, they often rely on broader LGBTQ plus organizations for support rather than direct cessation programs. Ultimately, a lot of state and county initiatives, basically, they do not emphasize or focus on tailored cessation resources for sexual and gender minorities, right? So this is a missed opportunity for public health. I do want to quickly go over some of the challenges that I came across while I was working on this project. The first one that I do want to emphasize is the time zone differences. Due to scheduling conflicts in the time zone, I was not able to participate as much as I would love to, especially with attending the workshops with everyone else. I felt that it would have allowed me to ask questions and just to meet with my fellows, my peers. I also initially started with having an interest in Cleveland specifically, and then I realized that there were no resources at all, and then I switched to Sacramento, which is where I'm at. But again, it was too small and there was not enough resources, enough organizations that provide these resources. So I later had to expand to California. So my scope of work, which is expanding and it was just changing a lot. So that was definitely one of my challenges. It is my first time using R, so I did require a lot of training, a lot of self-learning, and seeking help from my peers on how to create a map. I did watch our workshops, which were helpful, but I think that there's just a huge learning curve for me. So that was one of the challenges. A lot of public data, they do not have information on organizations that focus on sexual and gender minorities when it comes to sedation services. So this made it very difficult for me to obtain my data. I thought it would be easy because there's a lot of national data on tobacco, but then they don't have any data specifically on the organization. So that was one of my challenges as well. So what's next, right? So for the future, I do want to continue to strengthen my partnership with the community. I want to collaborate more with sexual and gender minorities and organizations that focus on these populations, and just to understand more about how a mapping tool would actually help improve access and advocacy for this population. I do also want to expand on engagement. This means that I will be collaborating with general tobacco cessation programs and organizations and encouraging them to be more inclusive, just so there are more resources that sexual and gender minorities can access. And the last part is my academic growth that I really want to achieve, right? So I want to take more formal training in R, just because I never had any formal training. This would help me to enhance my skills in mapping and understanding the research part of it, right? The analysis part. From this project, I learned that I did not have a really clear research question. So I do need better research questions or more refined to better guide me for future studies. Thank you all. I want to give a big shout out to the Social Determinants of Health and Place Fellowship, as well as my art assistant, Julian and Mark, for all the help and support for this project.
Great, I'm Carly Stretcher. I'm a PhD candidate from Portland State University in Oregon, and a 2025 Social Determinants of Health and Place Fellow. Today I'll be kind of walking you through my work, taking community environmental experiences and knowledge and translating it into an accessible digital storytelling tool, specifically a photo voice story map of the Clackamas River Basin watershed. Great. So to give some initial context to this research site, the Clackamas River Basin watershed is located just outside the Portland metro area. Part of it is still within the urban growth boundary. A watershed refers to a mountain to river drainage where all water flows to one central water source. In this case, it is the Clackamas River, which supports clean drinking water, electric energy, salmon runs that have returned in the past 15 years, and abundant amount of recreation. The landscape is comprised predominantly of public forest lands. You have some timber and agricultural working areas, a mix of rural, suburban, and urban residential communities and tribal land. The watershed has been facing some increasing environmental pressures, specifically post-wildfire recovery efforts, and just a really complex governance situation with multiple jurisdictions and often conflicting land uses. So I was initially brought into this area working with the Clackamas River Basin Council. They are a group of voluntary citizens who help coordinate agencies, landowners, and community members more broadly. And I was initially working with them to kind of gather adult perspectives around the watershed and sort of see how people are interacting with these natural resources. But we got news in the beginning of summer that a local youth organization, Ant Farm, lost funding to a nearly decade-old summer program that was a bridge to their workforce development. And CRBC was one of many local organizations to kind of step up and offer some extra support to keep this youth program going. So that really shifted my research as I sort of found a spot to sort of document this collaborative arrangement and see how this kind of form of community development and environmental stewardship as a success story. So I was able to kind of take the council and their expertise in governance along with using Ant Farm's 25-year infrastructure in the watershed and trust within the community. So I used Photo Voice, which is a participatory research method often used in public health and geography, where community members will be introduced to a project, they'll take photos, and then you'll meet to discuss on the photos and reflect on experiences. Oftentimes there will be an exhibition of some sort. So I did this project with 2 youth cohorts from this refunded summer program during regularly scheduled cleanup work at a water access park. The participants had disposable cameras that they used for roughly 3 hours while they were cleaning up and identifying invasive species and just doing general restoration work around the area. And then we met in some of the Ant Farm. They have a lot of like youth hub infrastructure, so they have these empowerment spaces that we met at the end of their program. So these were 3-week-long programs. We did the photo project week 1, and then reflected on it week 3. So that gave us an opportunity to really see like how they grew throughout the whole program and how their relationships to these spaces and to these natural resources and to the community were changing. So the photo voice conversations and narratives really became the foundation for my story map that I created within this fellowship. I used it as an opportunity to really highlight the work and programming of Ant Farm. As you will see, they're very comprehensive at the watershed scale of the kind of community development and within like an environmental approach that they're doing. As well as preserving some of the youth voices that were able to participate in this. So I sort of took the story map as a platform for community storytelling. Throughout my research, something that I've kind of repeatedly heard is a lot of youth or people within these communities more generally not feeling like they have necessarily a voice, that maybe it's the federal government that is in charge of the most amount of land in the watershed that has a little bit more of a perspective in the thing. So I really wanted to take some of this community knowledge and turn it into a story to really give some agency to these different communities. So users will be able to explore Ant Farm's watershed presence, and then dive into some of the youth-curated photo exhibitions, as well as learn how to create community knowledge as a digital resource for agencies, other organizations, and just community members in general. So I will be walking you through a few of the sections of the story map. The first thing I have here is the overview section. Some of it is kind of covered by the Ant Farm locations box, but basically Ant Farm is occupied in three main hubs. There's Sandy at the top there. In the middle that is covered is Takenaka, and then on the bottom, Malala, which is outside of the watershed, but most of the work that they're doing is still within the watershed. And then a star for the research site. So this is supposed to really show you the full range of services. This includes things like youth and family services, housing offices, workforce development, food services, including farmers market, youth gardens, cafes, bakeries, community service, and restoration work throughout the watershed. So this platform is really supposed to illustrate how some of Ant Farm's founding principles, which are really on working together and sharing our resources, can manifest into watershed-wide infrastructure and watershed-wide community development. So the next few sections of the story map will sort of zoom into these main hubs of Ant Farm. So you have a section that will zoom into Sandy, which is the original spot, and then my next slide will show you where it zooms into the Takenaka area. This is supposed to really highlight the expansion of Ant Farm, specifically as they respond to growing community problems. In 2020, the watershed faced compounding crises of both COVID-19 and the Labor Day wildfires that burned over 100,000 acres within 30 hours in the watershed. So the Ant Farm's response to these kind of issues has always been, where do we go and what do we do to respond to this? So I wanted to highlight on the map that just kind of the amount of development that they have been doing. One of the things that is clicked on here is one of the youth hubs. These youth hubs we use throughout the project. They have good classroom spaces, and so these were the places that we would meet to talk about the photos and the program more generally. Yeah, and they're just like very, very important spaces for these smaller rural communities where youth don't have a lot of like services. They really cover academic, you can get tutoring, creative, and workforce development. They're also always equipped with case managers. So then the story map kind of zooms into the actual work site where the photo voice methodology took place. So the two cohorts of youth met at this riverside park, and they basically worked down the trail to the waterfront. You can kind of see like a beachy area, and then all the way up to the bend there. And so what they were doing there was basically cleaning up trash, doing trail restoration work, identifying invasive species, yeah, just all sorts of different kind of environmental care. So this really shows you what the landscape looks from a satellite perspective, and then the photos that follow sort of give you the way that the youth are actually experiencing and seeing these spaces. So this kind of starts out with some of our content of the story map. I think this quote really highlights how this environmental stewardship really goes beyond environmental work and becomes community development. The youth really emphasized how important it was for them to have these like mentorship relationships with their program leads, and the staff really noticed that and noticed that these youth were building relationships with their peers and mentors, and they were gaining confidence and just developing as a group and a community and looking towards their futures in different ways than they previously had been. And then the photo gallery kind of below, you can see some images of it that show the youth actually working doing genuine community service that builds both community connections and social development. Finally, we have some of the photo exhibitions that will showcase the environmental insights from the participant documentation. On the left is a gallery of all the different landscapes that the youth captured throughout their time there. And then on the right, you can see some of the trash they collected. You have a crock, you have trash bags, cigarette butts. The youth really like to point out exactly what kind of stuff they captured. They were very excited to let me know that they found the second crock, so the full set was disposed of. But I really found that this really shows their kind of environmental literacy in action. They were learning how to read landscapes, they were learning community responsibility, learning how to identify invasive species, and really gain their own agency in how they interact with this community. It was really important to me to be able to preserve some of these youth voices and make sure that they had an agency in some of the decision-making processes that are going on in the community. So for my next steps and future directions, I would really like to kind of expand this ant farm documentation, specifically in the map that kind of codes for their offices, and youth hubs, and gardens, and farmers markets. I would like to probably add more of their restoration work. Something that has really increased has been the wildfire resiliency stuff, so adding kind of more locations of where they're doing the restoration work on the river, where they're doing their community service, what are the areas that they're targeting for wildfire resiliency is something that I would really like to add on there, just to capture like the magnitude of their involvement within the watershed. I was previously going to be working with adult participants, and I still had a large group of them go out with cameras, and I have thought about potentially incorporating some of those adult perspectives to sort of compare and complement with the youth perspectives, or potentially just create another story map type tool altogether to show that kind of version of the community knowledge of the area. The goal really has just been to kind of create this sort of platform for community control knowledge sharing. Thank you. I would like to say special thanks to the Social Determinants of Health and Place Fellowship for all of the tips, tricks, and resources in supporting my story map. Ant Farm Youth Organization, especially the youth participants, program leaders, and staff, and the Clackamas River Watershed Council for supporting my research and local partnerships throughout the watershed.
Time for one or two questions.
Thanks for a great presentation. I have two really quick questions. First, I was wondering if Ant Farm is an acronym for anything, or if it's just like Ant Farm.
It went through several names. I think you kind of mentioned them. You can kind of see. They initially were Red Wing, and then they then changed their name to Wo'ape, which means hope, and then they turned to Ant Farm, and the idea is like, literally ants, like you're all working together. Their idea is if you have enough ants, you can carry anything. If you have enough community support, you can really do anything with the community.
And then my second question, just really quickly, for the intergenerational component that you want to add, what is the age range of the adults you've been working with? Are they mostly like older adults, parents? Like what does it look like?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the adults have been between the ages of 23 and 65, and then the youth were 14 to 18.
Thanks. Any questions? Got one more?
I was just going to say, don't separate out the intergenerational component, because we don't do enough of recognizing what kids can accomplish, and we put them in classrooms rather than putting them out in the world, and they're our future, and hearing the adult voice of what the kids are accomplishing, I think would be a really important piece to showcase your stories.
Yeah.
All right, Thank you so much. All right, next up, we've got Brian Chen from University of Illinois Springfield. He'll be talking about uncovering the factors of diabetes.
It's a control, right? Yeah, it should be. It's not a flash drive. Oh, it's for his device.
And while things are getting set up, I will, in between the next two sessions, and as well as after the last session, you're going to be seeing a poster board modeled right here by soon-to-be Dr. Simmons. And I'll leave a marker back there, but we'd love to get just like 1 word, 2 words, an icon, an emoji, just, add some kind of sentiment on where you are today, and what you're thinking, and that sort of thing. Is it soul-crushing? Somewhere in between.
Hello everyone, it's time to get up. Feel free to do some stretch or whatever you like. So take some desserts. I'm totally fine. My wife always says that I'm a horrible presenter. So I'm gonna try to do a better job today. Okay? So today's topic is about uncovering the factors of diabetes. I used a multi-level SDOH analysis using AI, machine learning, and geospatial techniques to develop 2 dashboards. And I'm a professor at the University of Illinois Springfield campus, and I'm in the MPH program. I've been teaching social determinant of health for about 5 years by now. So I've been working with my students and community health workers on this project as well. And here is an option that you can have. So as I said, I'm a horrible presenter. So you can actually go to the website I created for this conference. So if you go to the go.illinois.edu/SDOH, you can see the website that contains 2 dashboards. One is a national dashboard, and the other is the statewide dashboards. Okay, so you can totally play with it with neglecting my presentation. All right? Let's move on. So I'm going to give a quick introduction and background information about how I ended up with developing those 2 dashboards, and then what's the next step I plan on doing. Special thanks to the wonderful team, Dr. Kolek, and of course Adam, Jose, Mark, and others. It's been a very great learning experience. Even though I'm still a professor that teaches social determinant of health, I really get really good stuff from the toolkits. And so I try to connect the toolkits content in my slides, and you will see that in a moment. All right, so why I chose diabetes, traditional reasons, health burden, prevalence, as always, it's the 7th leading cause of death. And there are 2 more reasons. One, those diabetes cases are driven by social determinant of health, like food access, physical activity income, and also it's relevant for mapping. And traditional challenges from old public health model was more clinical focus, and then we shift to public health 4.0 by now. So we really want to have a holistic health approach that takes care of personal health and population health perspectives. So it's a great project for me to integrate social determinant of health data and to bring the holistic approach to the table. And we have seen a lot of dashboards all over the places. And when we see like, oh my God, so colorful, and there is so much information in it. So what should I target it? And does that really meaningful? So I look up the literature and to find that actually there are evidence of limitations of some of the dashboards. For example, some of them limited theoretical support, and then some of the data, for example, they have fragmented and inequitable data. So I'm hoping that my dashboards can address those challenges. So as I said, I've been working with the students and the community health workers on these projects. And then one of the responses they told me about the dashboards are, it's overwhelming. Let's take a look at the first comment. The dashboards should highlight the biggest and important and the impact of SDOH so we can target. And then second response is here, we see the data but can tell where to act or why trends are happening. And then finally, cleaning data and mapping are doable. Connecting it to real intervention and practice is the hardest step. So those sort of pinpoints will be addressed in these dashboards, as well as some of these challenges. So I promise you some of those will come back. So we will see if anyone can identify which one is coming back. All right, so based on the user's experiences, so this is attached to the human-centered design that is being with the project and my project. And then how might we, this is, I'm looking for Dr. Simmons. Dr. Simmons, where are you? She's disappearing. That's totally fine. Okay, here we go. So Dr. Simmons had a great presentation last year about how might we and human-centered design. And then so I sort of take this spirit, how might we help local public health professionals to identify priorities? And then how might we support MPH or public health students in connecting SDOH data and diabetes to meaningful public health challenges? And then how might we equip public health researchers and diabetes and practitioners, to translate diabetes data insight into manuscript or more focused community-based actions? So there are two dashboards, use multi-level approach, national level dashboard that uses AI, machine learning to rank SDOH predictors and define what to prioritize. And second dashboard I did is the state level dashboard that applies geospatial analysis that defines where and how to tackle the actions. And the goal is to turn those data overload. This is one of the things, challenges that is coming back. To turn the data overload into clear, actionable decisions. Okay, so quickly, social determinant health in healthy people 2030, there are 5 domains. And so within those 5 domains, there are quite a lot of indicators. So how did we, or how could we focus on the most relevant indicators for diabetes prevalence? So I took literature review as well as the data modeling, and then we have some results. So here comes the national dashboard that uses AI and machine learning. So based on the AI and machine learning, this is the regression model, and then that highlighted the most important 6 environmental factors here on the board. And then the model only explained like 39% of variance. So which means that in addition to those environmental factors, there are more factors involved. And then this is just showing that the accuracy of the prediction. So this one is the prediction, and then this is one is the actual data. I can see it, but one of these is actual, and then the other is prediction. So then I also provide the county profile on website as well to see what the data are available and finally selected for modeling. So again, the conclusion is that food environment index and air pollution is the most sort of the 2 important factors or most impactful factors for diabetes prevalence. Okay, so for the first response from my students, it's overwhelming dashboards. So we actually try to target some factors that are contributing to prevalence, diabetes prevalence. And then also we provide macro context as well as leverage some residuals to guide improvements. So I have probably 3 minutes left. So let's see the key takeaways from these national dashboards. So first, by building different AI or machine learning models, we test all possible combinations of SDOH variables. And then we narrow it down to 6 environmental factors that are impactful. And then we can focus on to do the more targeted intervention. And then for policy implications, our findings highlights the actionable levers, including zoning and quality, air quality improvements. So state level dashboard is a different story. So I try to bridge national strategies to state level strategies. So once we do that modeling, and then I feel like we can do some more mapping analysis on starting with the prevalence ranks, and then also getting the top 5 and top bottom 5 lowest ranks. And then I did a bunch of mapping just to show the differences of those variables. 7 SDOH indicators are included, including risk factors as well as protective factors. So that's why obesity and diabetes are so complicated. They are risk factors as well as health behaviors that can be helpful. And then so these are the modeling. So after modeling, doing some regression analysis, it sort of confirms the relationship, and that leads to the bivariate chloroplast maps. That can help us identify the most severe areas to target the sort of the sequence of the intervention and the resources. So here are some design approaches, including grounded in research gaps and then user feedbacks, and then others. So what's next? So I'm trying to share with the website and dashboards with more population, and feel free to, and then I'm gathering more sort of comments and feedback, and then this is my prototype right now, and then prototypes, meaning undone project. So we really want to improve, and then in a way that to ensure the accessibility with some responsive dashboards, or we can continuing to explore some information from AI modeling, and hopefully we can do longitudinal sort of trend analysis for those SDOH related to diabetes sort of indicators. And again, this is your other option to neglect my presentation. And some references. And any questions, feel free to shoot me an email. Either email works perfectly for me. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, we've got 1, 2 questions.
Mine isn't a question, just 2 comments really quickly. One, I'm so proud of you. Thank you for the How Might We. That was awesome. And also, I love that you had the asset-based reporting, because we've been talking about that over the past couple of days. Deficit reporting, there's plenty of it. There's lots of it. What are the facilitators? So fantastic. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Hi, so thank you for the presentation, it's really insightful. One thing I wanted to ask is a little bit more like statistical related. So when you were trying to find, which factors are sort of the most prevalent for diabetes, how did you break down, how did you get to that conclusion? Because you have 5 factors that you broke down for, the social determinants of health, and within those factors you have even more variables. So did you test individually, okay, factor 1, out of these 12 variables?
If you're talking about national dashboards, I use AI and machine learning. So this is from the model building process. There are squares that sort of denote the goodness of the fit. So with different combinations, and then it tells us that if we have a good sort of low error in predicting. So it's really not just AI and machine learning, as well as the literature review, because there are just so many factors. Like as I said, there were 62 factors, SDOH related factors. But if without literature review already shows some impact of those factors to the diabetes prevalence, then it's doesn't make sense to put that into the model. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the.
So you're really only testing for what other factors besides the one that's already been proven in the literature affects?
Yes. Yes, exactly.
All right, 2 more quick questions, and then I don't know if we'll have time for the last one, but.
I will email you, but I want to take the diabetes work that I'm doing with IDPH in evaluating, because it's all about disparities related to diabetes and SDOH, and lay my map over with your map. But I also want to highlight that the toolkit should have a way to connect, because this is breaking down a silo. And so there needs to be a lot more of that. And so how can the SDOH toolkit work to connect, to create those spaces where we would connect if we didn't come to this symposium?
Hi, I really enjoyed this. Your dashboard gaps gave me a lot to think about. I'm making my own dashboard, and so I really appreciated that. So I had a question. It looked like at the national and at the state level, you were looking at county level indicators. And so I was wondering if you and your students had conversations around the geographic level of granularity you were looking at, and what the trade-offs are at the state level of looking at county versus zip code, because that's something I also struggle with in my own work.
Yeah, that's a great question. I tried county level. One of the reasons are the availability and the richness of health-related data. And when it comes to the zip code and also census tracts, there are like 2 other ways to detect what are the factors are. So my intention in the future will be that if I can do or find the literacy support from other 2 means, and then we can build some toolkits for the community health worker to identify those problem areas or specific counties, or within the counties, we may get deeper to the census tract and if they can match together. So that's my intention.
Thank you so much. I know that there is one question over here, so be sure to Beth, connect with Beth. All right, thank you, everybody. All right, so we're running about 10 minutes behind, but we're gonna work with that. We might just have a shorter break between sessions in this last group, and ask you to stay, maybe instead of leaving at 4, maybe 4:05 or something like that. So in our last talk in the Story Thematic Map Showcase, and as you can see, a couple of these talks might have started out as an asset map, then became a story map, or started out as a thematic map and turned into a dashboard. And that's fine, and that's what the whole process is about. So if you see some, shifting across topics and themes, it's not a bug, it's a feature. So with that, let's hear about community health impacts of pollution by Hannah Cordero. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Okay. And coming all the way from San Diego County.
Hi everyone, my name is Hannah and today I'll be presenting on community health impacts of pollution in the South Bay of San Diego. Today I will go over a brief introduction, the GIS project need, and then talk about the data and the prototype. So a little bit about me, I have my Bachelor's of Science in Public Health from University of California in San Diego, and I currently work for a nonprofit in San Diego called the Institute for Public Strategies, which focuses on substance harm prevention and community revitalization. We are located in San Diego, and I also have a passion for environmental justice and sustainability, so this was kind of a fun way to combine my passion for GIS and environmental justice. A little bit more background. So one of the projects at Institute for Public Strategies, also known as IPS, is called Youth in Action, which is a Latinx-focused youth empowerment group with focuses on leadership development and community organizing to create a positive change in these communities. And then with Youth in Action, there is a youth advocacy coalition called the Clean Coast Collaborative. This CCC advocates for clean and safe water systems and beaches through youth-driven solutions by collaborating with other young community members and organizations. And these are just some pictures of the CCC members. This is some of the members at California Ocean Day, which is an advocacy convention in Sacramento in California, so at the Capitol, and then also some other advocacy efforts, such as these posters they created. And then more background on the actual issue that I will be talking about today. So this issue is the Tijuana River sewage crisis. And this picture here is the Tijuana River estuary. It is a series of waterways that connects the northern part of Mexico, the city of Tijuana, and then the southern part of San Diego into the Pacific Ocean. And so there is a wastewater treatment plant that cleans sewage water and dumps it into the nearby Pacific Ocean, cleaning wastewater from both Tijuana and then southern San Diego. And then without proper maintenance, infrastructure updates, and unpredictable weather patterns, nearly 40 million gallons of raw sewage have been dumped into the Tijuana beach and into the Pacific Ocean per day for over decades. So obviously this is a really big health issue and poses a lot of health risks to neighboring ecosystems and communities throughout the Tijuana River estuary, including Tijuana and Imperial Beach. And Imperial Beach is the southernmost city in California and San Diego, right above the borderline right there in red. And then, so with the Clean Coast Collaborative, they really wanted to create a GIS-based project to collect data on community perception of the pollution crisis to highlight lived experiences and bring awareness and policy change to the public health issue. So part of the project's data collection comes from open source materials. I collected data from the State of California Office of Environmental Health and Hazard Assessment, which shows data on demographics, pollution levels, and then disease burden. And this is an open source resource that you can look at the Cal Environmental Screening Spatial Data Portal. And then another part of the data collection was through surveys. So I worked with the Youth in Action Group and the Clean Coast Collaborative youth members to develop a survey and survey questions to administer to community members. And these were the three main objectives that we wanted to kind of get at with our questions. So looking at number one, we wanted to understand community awareness and knowledge of pollution and related health issues. So do the community members actually know about the issue and how it affects their health? Number two, we wanted to understand community awareness and knowledge of solutions. So not only do these people know about the issue, but are they aware of different solutions that they can take or advocate for within their community? And then number three, we wanted to understand how the pollution crisis has impacted the community from their perspective. So more about, how does it impact their everyday life, where they live, where they work, where they play? So I decided to create a story map because this gets out both the quantitative data and the qualitative data. So we'll be taking a look at some data maps as well as quotes and some graphs. So now moving into the actual data results, I created 3 different choropleth maps getting at the open source data that I collected. So one of them is the county disease burden, and this looks at cardiovascular disease and asthma. And then this is the county demographics. So I showed percentage of non-white residents and then percentage of Hispanic residents. And as you guys can imagine, being right next to the border, we do have a high percentage of Hispanic residents in the South Bay of San Diego, primarily Spanish speaking. So this gets at that health equity issue, that these are the people that are facing these issues with the pollution crisis. And then the other factors, the disease burden as well as the pollution, were kind of just variables I wanted to take a look at to see if there were any associations with the pollution. So with the pollution scores, I looked at drinking water contaminants, particulate matter, and then toxic release from facilities. And then from the survey, which was administered in the month of August, and we got 40 responses, so this was pretty good, but this is going to be an ongoing project for a couple months to collect more of a community perspective. But one of the questions asked participants to upload a picture of pollution that they took from their neighborhood, their community, and pinpoint it on a map. We used Survey 123, so they were able to do that. And this is an example of one of the pictures. It shows one of the rivers in somebody's neighborhood, somebody's backyard, and as you can see, I'm not sure how well you can see, but it is all frothy and filled, and some of the quotes also get at the smell of the pollution too. So as I mentioned, these were some of the qualitative results, so looking at the quotes from people, which really helped paint a better picture alongside these photos and alongside the data. So I'm going to read maybe 1 or 2 of these. One of the quotes said that ever since our carbon monoxide sensor went off around 1 a.m. in 2024, we haven't gone back to our beach. We are breathing it now. The smell at night is tremendous. I closed the windows and I have an air filter. We have lived here 20 years, and 2023, 24, and 25 have been the worst ever. We haven't been to the pier or beach. So this really gets at again, the community experience. So you see these numbers, you see these quantitative data, but what is actually happening to the people who are living here? And then another answer to one of these questions asking about their, how do they feel about their mental health, their well-being, their connection to nature because of the pollution? And someone said, I feel like I'm really removed from nature since I've been afraid of the pollution. So just kind of looking at these and sitting with these, they bring up a lot of emotions, and you can really tell, how people feel about this issue in their own homes. And then that just kind of goes over some of the data that I do have on the map. And then there are going to be a lot of next steps. As I said, the Clean Coast Collaborative youth are still working to collect survey results, so this is going to be an ongoing project. Throughout the end of the year, so hopefully we get some more pictures to add to the map, as well as more data for our graphs and quotes. We are also interested in creating an advocacy plan. So as I mentioned, the youth have been up to Sacramento to do some advocacy at the state level, and there have been strides on passing policy and getting funding to actually update the treatment plan, but not much stride on actually helping the community and cleaning up with the damage that's already been done. So I think creating maybe like a little timeline of what's already happened, what's already been passed, and maybe prospective advocacy plans would be helpful. And then I put some QR codes up here if you guys want to check out the Clean Coast Collaborative website as well as their Instagram. This is also a really great way to just get some more eyes on the project and the people. So definitely check that out. And thank you. I want to give a thank you to the SDOH and Places staff and resources at the Healthy Regions and Policies Lab. It's really been a great experience to get that extra funding and staffing resources to make this project possible. And then also shout out to the Clean Coast Collaborative Youth and the IPS Youth Interaction Team for helping with designing and administering the survey and providing feedback on the story map. And then this is a QR code to my actual story map, so if you guys take a look, there's more information on the actual issues. So I go into the background, I show all the maps that I created, and then there are more quotes and graphs. So definitely take a look at that, and I'll be updating that probably through the end of the year. So yeah, that concludes my project. Thank you.
We have time for one or two questions.
Hi, I was just wondering, if you're seeing, the devastation that it's causing, do you know of any policy proposals or anything that's out there yet, or are we not there yet?
Yeah, so one of the kind of aspects of the project that I do want to continue on is addressing policy that's already been enacted and kind of like put into place. So I do have a document that was sent to me from one of the members of the team who kind of just wrote up some of the things that have already been passed or other surveys that have been collected. And I know there's a few bills passed at the state level that have secured specific funding for repairing the treatment plan. I'm not sure the exact details. I think putting that into the story map would be helpful for people to know. But like I said, there isn't really any efforts to actually clean up existing pollutions. As you saw from the pictures, a lot of the creeks and waterways are extremely polluted, creating smells and issues. So I think that's something that definitely needs to be emphasized. But if you do want information on the actual bills, I do have some of that. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That was fantastic. So kudos to the folks working with different youth groups, because that is a tough population to reach out to and kind of engage an effective engagement. So thank you guys so much for all that you do. We're going to take a short break, and then we're only going to start about 3 minutes late. So please come back here at, well, I guess technically 5 minutes late. So come back around 3 o'clock, so you have a 3.5 minute break. And we'll be back at 3 and finalize our showcase with data dashboards, more data dashboards.
So with the nice little chime, we are coming right back to the final showcase of today. Our final three fellowship presenters. Introducing Babu Gondar with the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign with his data dashboard, Illinois Environmental Health Data.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. I was here last year presenting as a community talk, and it was really inspiring to hear all the fellows, and I'm really fortunate and happy to be here again as a fellow myself. So many thanks to the SDOH place and team for organizing and providing support through this journey. My name is Babu. I'm a social scientist, a social worker, and a PhD candidate at the University of Illinois. And today I'll be talking about my dashboard, but also kind of the why behind it and the so what, because my work is really focused around trying to create social responses for a changing environment, which is a specific grand challenge that the profession of social work has identified along with 13 other grand challenges. So I really look at how environmental disparities impact community health and trying to find avenues for local positive change within communities, as well as implications and advocacy for changes to systems. So here are some pictures of a town in Illinois. This is Rantoul, Illinois, which is in Champaign County towards the northern part of the county. Rantoul was home of a Air Force base, Chanute Air Force Base. These are pictures from a few decades ago around some of the Air Force Base buildings and kind of the environment around it. So, pretty, developed, has some green spaces and greenery around it. And this is a, small town, so the military base was the central part of its economy, of its identity, of the community as well. These are pictures more recently, today in the last few years of Rantoul, Illinois. So the military base was decommissioned in the 1990s, and there wasn't really a good transition plan for this military base to be decommissioned, or the impacts that it would have on the community, so the community can still continue living, having livelihoods, having health and resources, and so on. So a lot of the buildings are abandoned, they're pretty deteriorated, and with military bases, there's a lot of environmental contamination, toxins, hazards, and that obviously needs to be properly managed and cleaned up, which unfortunately was not the case for many of the aspects of this Air Force base in Rantoul. So this is a community that I've gotten a chance to work with, and their leaders, the community members, really want to have the community back, their home back, and a place where they can work and live and play in a healthy environment. And the great thing is they have a vision for that. They have the optimism for that. If they drive around, they walk around, they know what these places can become, what they can be. And it's been a community vision. We've been talking with them. They've had these great ideas of putting in new green infrastructure, community gardens, as well as having rehabilitating parks, having clean water fountains, integrating the community so the children can work, can get experience there, they can have internships, the students, job opportunities after graduation, and so on. And what these communities really want is more support from local communities like our university, people in there that they want to be heard, right? They want to be listened, and they want to be supported. So I found that this, and this is a kind of common theme in a lot of places in Illinois where I've gotten a chance to engage with communities, underserved communities, whether it's school districts, it's youth clubs. they're starting to understand, even if they didn't have a military base, they're starting to understand how the environment is impacting their health and their ability to do well in school, to have productive livelihoods, and so on. And it's challenging for them to self-advocate for these needs when they're not getting the attention and investments that they deserve to get. So we're trying to help them provide data that can help back up the lived experiences that they already can share and talk about. So that was really the motivation for this, is they already know the history, they already have the vision. How can some of the data kind of match up with that and help support some of their conversations, their discussions with local planning boards, grant opportunities, funding sources, and so on. So specific concerns that a lot of these communities talked about, one is around lead exposure and environmental contaminants. So they know that lead is a problem. A lot of them are scared to drink the water, they don't know how to test it, they don't know if it's safe, and trying to kind of understand that level and get some ways to kind of start getting evidence to address that. And we've also seen recently, extreme heat in the summer as a lot of places in the country, and also in the Midwest, wildfire smoke from Canada. So, these are places where children are spending time in the summer. They're not in school, they're out and doing some activities, and the parents and the leaders and teachers are understanding the vulnerabilities that they're seeing, along with mental health impacts. So, it's really how can we assist these communities with ways that can support their visions, and this PLACE project has been a great way to kind of do that. So I want to quickly show the dashboard that we are putting together here. So it's
yeah, it's there.
Okay. Okay, thanks. So so one thing is, these
it's still in the slideshow.
Oh, it's in the slide. Can you go to the browser?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, sorry about that.
Oh, no, it's all good. So, it's over here.
Yeah, I wasn't keen enough to put a QR code there, so appreciate the patience. So the one thing that the community members have been saying is, they're not that familiar with looking at data, looking at large data sets. So keeping it simple was a key thing to have. I started on just I wanted to have like a landing page to have some information on, what is a dashboard, what information is there, where's the data coming from, and, the motivation behind it. And then if you can help me click on, okay, here the first tab is we have more of the demographic information. So we have a map of Illinois here at the census tract level. So, I put in a drop-down menu to, click on different type of groups and see the distribution, and you can zoom into their area. And I also put in kind of a county level chart to help make some comparisons for these measures. So I also have here a comparison directly with lead exposure, as that's been a consistent concern with a lot of our communities. And we know there's some, disparities with different groups, especially racial disparities. So I have two maps here that can kind of be used for comparison. This was built through our Shiny, so I think there's a little bit of, take some time to load there. And then I also include a couple of climate conditions. I mentioned the extreme heat and wildfire smoke, and then also health vulnerabilities for mental health, diabetes, cancer, and asthma, which has all been seeing increasing rates in these places. So we'll be continuing to build this out. I want to, with kind of communities and having kind of like a design workshop, try to figure out some instructions on some data interpretation, so users, can be able to use this tool by themselves and interpret it, and also have with communities co-develop a community action tab where, what do I do with this information? How can I take some actions individually as a community and maybe in advocacy situations? going back to my PowerPoint, I just want to also include as part of the next steps is, we don't want this to be just a data dump or, just give this resource and not have, some additional progress and direction with it. And I also envision this as being a place where we can also have more conversation, more dialogue, to talk more about some of the systematic issues that we're seeing around these disparities. And this is something that we piloted called restorative circles, which really takes into consideration different aspects. We use racial hearing practices, given the prevalence of racism in some of these disparities, as well as critical environmental justice, to have more critical conversations around why we see these happening in these areas. And we piloted this, and we also had focus group with participants, and we had a really positive experience. As you can see, people felt appreciated, they felt a sense of social action and being inclusive. So we also hope this data access can also be used in these conversations and spur further disruption and dialogue and discussion, because although there's a lot of concern within communities, they don't have the spaces to really talk about these or have these conversations, and that's something we can start at the community level. So I want to thank you all for your attention today, and I welcome any questions and comments.
Can you talk a bit more about your process of, because one of the biggest challenges, especially for researchers, is getting that work, like getting that community trust and working with those communities. So can you talk more about your process for how you did that? Because it seems like it was a really successful experience for other folks to pick up on.
Yeah, I think I was kind of in a good position. So since kind of day one, I started at University of Illinois a couple of years ago. I was working directly with these communities. So I haven't talked to them first about, I haven't shared this dashboard with them yet. That's kind of part of the next steps. But these were ongoing conversations we've had around this. How can we support them in some of their programming initiatives and future plans? So it's been over 1 to 2 years of continued discussion. So it's definitely been a process of building that relationship and trust. But when I'm there to listen to them and can kind of validate their experiences and kind of really I really give them the expertise. They're the experts of local conditions and their future solutions, and I'm just trying to there to see how I can facilitate or plug in some gaps that they're in need of. So so.
Great presentation. I wanted to ask a little bit more about what you're doing at this point with your restorative circles, racial healing, and how that has kind of played itself out over the years. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Beth. So that's been a very popular program that we started last year, and we did have some funding and support from that through Illinois Public Health Grant that helped us kind of pilot that. In terms of we want to continue to incorporate that as much as possible in our different projects. And I think right now we're trying to find resources both in terms of people to help us facilitate those discussions and reach out, as well as having funding to provide some type of benefit, compensation or benefit to communities as we kind of set up this program as well. So we haven't won anything recently, but it's something that has been very successful, and we want to kind of expand that as much as possible and put that in more context for different projects.
great presentation. Just one quick comment around restorative justice. Again, that's something that just strikes home and resonates with me greatly. There's a tremendous amount of work for restorative justice out of South Africa. Makes sense, right? And they've been creating frameworks because even 30 years so-called post-apartheid, they're still dealing with quite a bit. It's starting with the trials all the way to present day issues, so you might want to look into it. And they are getting funding from multinational corporations, so I'll look into that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Marco. Round of applause for Bob, everyone. So next up, we have Kathleen or Katie Lynch presenting wildfire smoke and exposure and burden in North America, or North Carolina.
Northern California.
Yeah, Northern California.
You're gonna see a lot of California maps, don't worry.
But yeah, I will hand it over to you.
Really appreciate you all being here. Yeah, so my name is Katie and I'm a PhD candidate in the Social and Behavioral Science Department at the School of Global Public Health at New York University. And so I created a dashboard as part of this fellowship, which is mapping cumulative wildfire smoke exposure and burden in Northern California. So first I'll just give a little bit of background about wildfire smoke specifically as a public health problem, the gaps in needs that really necessitated the creation of this dashboard, and then all of the data sources and methods that were used in its creation, and then, you know, depending on time, going through different aspects of the prototype that I created. So wildfire smoke, you know, as we were just saying, it's everywhere, right? It is increasing in frequency and severity in the continental United States and globally. Wildfire smoke contains many compounds that are hazardous to human health. So we have our particulate matter concentrations, right? PM 2.5, PM 10, carbon monoxide, ozone, and other toxic carcinogens that are classified as hazardous air pollutants. There's been a growing number of studies in environmental epidemiology and public health more generally, looking at the number of premature deaths that can be attributed specifically to wildfire smoke exposure, and modeling estimates that are predicting what the mortality burden will be throughout the 21st century. And this is really becoming a pressing issue as we think about the intersection of climate change and health equity. In fact, about a week before the symposium, a study came out in the first week of September 2025 where a group of researchers modeled wildfire smoke mortality for the next 50 years, and California is projected to see the largest increase in smoke-related mortality out of any state in what we would call CONUS, the continental United States, with over 5,000 excess deaths per year by 2050. So this study has actually it's published in Nature, has gotten a lot of traction in the national media and definitely the local media in Northern California, because the county with the highest number of projected deaths is Trinity County, which I'll actually be highlighting some statistics about that on my dashboard in future slides. So wildfire smoke in California, as you may know from just seeing the news or from living on the West Coast, 18 of the 20 largest wildfires in California's history have occurred since 2003. Wildfires are a naturally occurring part of the Western ecosystem, right? But they are increasing in frequency and severity in large part due to climatic change. The 5 largest have been since 2018. This sadly does include the wildfires in Los Angeles, in Palisades and Altadena that were in January. But in addition, Northern California in particular has been subject to multiple high intensity, not just fire events, but smoke events. And I'm going to talk about why it's important for us to disaggregate those two things. Because for all of my Southern California colleagues in the room, you might look at this map and say like, hey, we hear a lot about Southern California air quality, right? We just had this horrifying news from LA, but look at how different the smoke map is in Northern California compared to Southern California. So the way we think about these exposures is slightly different, and that has really important implications for public health prevention, mitigation, and planning. And so this is a health equity problem, right? There was a recent study in the American Journal of Public Health which calculated that there was a higher fire frequency in California census tracts with a higher proportion of older adults, right, who may be more socially isolated, who may have more challenges with evacuation logistics, with low-income residents and residents who live in lower socially economically disadvantaged areas. Now, note specifically, this is talking about fire frequency, right? But where the smoke disperses may be different. So all of this to say that study really highlighted this line, which, you know, in a sense could even be the title of my program of research, right? Which is, it's the smoke, not necessarily the fire. Fires are awful. They are an immediate and direct threat to life, to acute health, to your family, to your pets, to your property. But the smoke, it dissipates, it lingers, and it leaches into the soil, right? Into the water supply. And so the smoke is a more chronic public health problem that we need to reckon with. And it's also a spatial temporal problem. And that's why I was really excited and grateful for this fellowship, because to think about wildfire smoke, we have to think about it spatially. So unlike other climate change and public health research, rather than thinking about it as a specific point source, right? Such as transportation fumes or factory emissions, wildfires are episodic and they're also recurrent. So their pollution isn't emitted at a fixed level. You can be getting a low-level dose over a period of a month. You could be getting a very intense dose, right, during a wildfire event. And they could repeat over time and accumulate. So the current gaps in need, like I said, a lot of the current literature is focused on singular exposure events, but we need to map what is this cumulative burden of wildfire smoke over time and where does it disperse? The smoke disperses, so tracts that did not experience a fire may bear the brunt of the smoke, and these communities may have needs and vulnerabilities that are different than the fire communities. And a lot of current indices, like the California Healthy Places Index, which is an amazing resource, like Cal EnviroScreen, which has come up in a talk this afternoon, a lot of them in their PM 2.5 metrics don't really disaggregate ambient smoke, right, from wildfire emissions. So that fire map I had up earlier, we saw a lot of purple here, right? But if we're thinking about ambient PM 2.5, now it looks more green, right? Because we're kind of flattening what these differences are. So we need to map poor air quality days that could be attributed to smoke alone. And in interviews that I've done with community members in high exposure counties, places like Butte County, which is where Chico, where Paradise, California is, places like Sonoma County, the site of the Tubbs Fire and the Kincaid Fire, a lot of community members and families have shared with me the need to think about, okay, well, you're telling me I have like PM 2.5, 250, like, what does that mean? How does that map onto the air quality alerts that I'm getting on my phone? And so I'm limited on time, I'm so sorry. But really quickly, these are the data sources I use. There's
lab at Stanford who's worked to disaggregate wildfire-specific PM 2.5 and has modeled daily census tract level estimates from 2006 through 2020. And so I did some work to merge and match it. It was a lot of spatial data wrangling, a lot of data cleaning, so I'm really grateful to this fellowship, to look at other indicators at the tract level. So I used CDC places, the Social Vulnerability Index, and I also pulled certain indicators from the CalEnviroscreen database. And I really wanted to make sure all the data sources were publicly available in case folks want to replicate these analyses, because again, I'm just a learner, right? And so I think we need a community of practice to make this strong. So what I did was first I created a cumulative exposure metric, and then I created categories based on, you might have cumulative exposure of 150 micrograms per cubic meter, but let's make that a variable that calls it very unhealthy. So it's interpretable to community members, right? As we could see, when we disaggregate air quality, the exposure map changes, right? So like folks from LA, I get it, you don't have clean, healthy air, but the source is different, right? This looks clean and healthy when everything's aggregated with ambient, but then when we subset wildfire PM 2.5, we realize that there's a different burden happening that's often masked. I break down the different components of the Social Vulnerability Index. This will be important in 1 minute if I have time to get to that slide very quickly. And then I did some basic bivariate analyses looking at census tract prevalence of health outcomes. We have to be really careful to not commit an ecological fallacy here, right? These are population level metrics, but I wanted to see how they mapped on to cumulative smoke exposure. And here's some screenshots from my dashboard. So again, I've highlighted this county, Trinity County, which serendipitously and troublingly, that Nature paper had also pulled out as, projected high mortality burden. And so when you hover over a county, you get the county name, its CalEnviroscreen score, and its SVI percentile ranking, right? Now, it's in the 50th percentile for social vulnerability, and that's why it's important to break down. And on this first tab, we could also see its number of days due to wildfire smoke alone that qualify as moderate, right, through hazardous. You could also see the peak fire years in Northern California have been 2017 through 2020 with the data access I have. And so, okay, your average wasn't that bad, but this was your maximum time period, right? And so thinking about what your exposure is during these events. Now it breaks down to social vulnerability, right? And so the Social Vulnerability Index averages across these 4 themes of racial and ethnic minority percentile, household composition, including percentage of older adults, individuals with mobility challenges, housing type, transportation access, right? Social economic vulnerability. So you could see when this gets averaged, certain dimensions of vulnerability get lost, right? So like Trinity County is very white, right? But it has poor transportation needs, right? Which have big implications for evacuation planning. The California Healthy Places Index has a really interesting metric where they've modeled the projected percentage of workers in that county who work outside in high exposure occupations, right? These are where more than 50% of your time is spent outside without access to air circulation and air conditioning measures, right? So hovering over, unfortunately, this is not at the tract level, it's at the county level, but it gives you also a sense of different types of vulnerability and public health need. And then finally, you could also hover over your census tract and it'll highlight where that census tract falls on the health metric. And then there's an information page where you could click on and be like, what does very unhealthy actually mean? What does social vulnerability mean and how is that measured by the CDC? And so for next steps, I'm gonna build out the spatial analyses into regression models. I'm going to build out this information slide to say like, okay, well, if you're experiencing an unhealthy day, what are some recommendations? Adding exposure data that incorporates not just PM 2.5, but carbon monoxide. I just didn't have a publicly available data source at this time, but I have colleagues that are working on that and hopefully it'll be loaded to a GitHub. And then continuing to seek feedback. And so thanks for letting me go 2 minutes over time and to show you my map.
Any questions? You can tell me later if a New Yorker doing studies on California wildfires is because you went outside and everything was red. That might be it. But fantastic presentation. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about whether, like, the Griffin study is only done yearly, right? And so it's hard to find which wildfires, because there's so many, actually did anything, and also the data aggregation because it's regional versus being on the, did that have any effect on your research?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and that's actually a lot of what I struggled with, right? Where the Burford's measuring prevalence, right? And so essentially the way that we're conceptualizing this is like, what is the tract level prevalence in 2018, given that this county has had a cumulative exposure from 2003 through 2018, right? So you've been living in this environment, and so at that cross-sectional time when you're reporting the health outcome, that's also, you know, it's population level. It's assuming a lot of things. Not everyone's lived there for that long, right? And so that's, in terms of my dissertation research, there's other studies that I'm doing to look more acutely. But yeah, this kind of like population level problem and what inferences we could actually make from that in terms of health is a big challenge. And so thank you for bringing that up, because that's definitely a question that I'm wrestling with. And yeah, the orange sky day in New York was really bad. I was already working at this topic, but it really like brought it home for me in a real way, for sure.
Hi, also as somebody who suffers from asthma from the California wildfires in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
I was sort of similarly wondering, you look at the PM2.5, I'm interested in sort of what is it like standard government, like weather stations? Because I know that different geographies and different kinds of measurements mean that like will change the relationship between like the measurement versus the like lived experience of.
Yeah, so this specific measure is a combination of satellite imagery of smoke plumes from NOAA, as well as the PM 2.5 monitoring stations from the EPA. But that brings up a really important point, is where those monitoring stations are placed also is spatially patterned in ways that might not actually reach the areas of greatest need. I actually have a colleague in the biostatistics department at NYU who's working on that exact topic for her dissertation of where air monitoring stations are placed. So I would defer to her on those questions. But yeah, how we actually measure the exposure is a big, has big questions for thinking about this kind of data.
We have time for one more question. All right, thank you so much. So, last but certainly not least, we have Mallory Sagehorn from the University of Colorado at Boulder, presenting her dashboard on social infrastructure and access in Denver, Boulder.
Awesome. Hi. I want to echo what Katie said. Thank you all for being here and getting through the post-lunch period. My name's Mallory. I'm a PhD student at the University of Colorado Boulder, and today I'm going to talk to you about my equity dashboard I made for the fellowship, which focuses on social infrastructure and access in the Denver area. So I'm going to take you through just a little bit of background, and then we'll talk specifically about what my dashboard looks like and some next steps for my project. So if you've never heard of the term social infrastructure before, when I say that, I'm talking about everyday places where people can come together, essentially. So things like libraries and coffee shops, restaurants, faith-based organizations, senior centers, things like that. Places that might seem ordinary in the everyday, but they really help to shape how we connect to those around us, so our neighbors and our friends and family. And so those kinds of spaces really help build connection, a sense of belonging where we live and work, and then resilience within our communities. But not everyone has equal access to them, and when they're missing or unevenly distributed, it can actually really deepen health inequities because people are losing out on that social support and opportunities that these spaces provide. And so when we think about access, it's really not just whether something exists or not. It's truly a multi-dimensional thing. And so when we look at this table here, each dimension captures a different way that people might experience or not experience a space. So is it even there? Can people access the space? Can they afford the space? Is it welcoming? For my fellowship project, my dashboard prototype is really just focused on availability, so this first dimension here. So how much infrastructure is there and how does it look when we adjust for population? But the bigger goal of my dissertation is to eventually think about all of these dimensions together. So my project for the fellowship had three main objectives. First, I wanted to prototype this interactive tool that could help explore differences in infrastructure access. So the dashboard is my way of testing out what's possible in terms of interactivity as well as visualization. And then second, I wanted to build on these methods that I could carry forward into my dissertation. So this wasn't just like a one-off project, but really a chance to experiment with approaches that I'll refine and expand on later. And then finally, I see this as laying a foundation for tools that could eventually be used by community partners. The version I built here for this is, again, a prototype, but the bigger vision is making these kinds of tools accessible and useful outside of academia. So to build the dashboard, I use ArcGIS Online, which has plenty of limitations, but I'll get to those later. But it did let me combine different data sources in one place, which was great. So for social infrastructure, I drew from the National Establishment Time Series data, which has 27 different social infrastructure categories. So things like grocery stores are different from restaurants, which are different from senior centers, etc. I used American Community Survey data to look at demographics, as well as the tiger shapefiles. And then for my prototype, we're looking at just a handful of counties in the Denver and Boulder area, as well as a breakdown of some of those demographic measures. So just taking a look at the dashboard, we've got our primary map panel. This is all of the counties that you saw on the last slide. If you're not familiar with the Denver area, Boulder is where my university is, and it's about a 30-minute drive on the left-hand side of the map there from downtown Denver. And what you're seeing here are quartiles of overall distribution of social infrastructure. So the darker red is lower access to all 27 categories. The darker blue is higher access. So really just an overall view broadly of social infrastructure distribution. And then here on the right-hand side, we've got a breakdown of different demographics, race and ethnicity, age, percent below poverty, and percent college educated. If we wanted to look specifically at these are all census tracts, by the way. If we wanted to look at one specifically, we could click on one. It's a little hard to see, but this is outlined in purple, the census tract down here, and the gauges will change so we can investigate further who's living in these places and what kind of access they have. We can also filter by county. It's covered by the screen, the video here, but we can filter by county. This is Denver County. To look even further, this here is Boulder County, where I live and go to school. And so you have some of that traditional urban, rural, more infrastructure access that is traditionally seen in urbanized area, not so much in rural areas. That does appear here, but downtown Boulder is, got high access juxtaposing right next to low access. And so if we want to look further at that, that's really what my prototype is trying to do, so that's not cool to see, but, data-wise, an interesting place to start. We can also, I have a separate tab for density per 1,000 residents, and we can look more specifically at these individual categories. So what you're looking at here is groceries per 1,000 residents. And really, again, we can look specifically at, the center of this Denver map is downtown Denver, and we can see that there's a lot of variation between high access versus low access of just grocery stores, which speaks directly to food deserts. There we go. Thank you. So it's a lot of layers. It kind of takes a long time to load sometimes, unfortunately, but there's a lot of really great data here. And so, that's just a look at my dashboard briefly. I do want to mention that one really big constraint is that ArcGIS Online only allows one interactive layer at a time, which was really frustrating to go between my primary quartiles map and then all of my density maps. They don't work super well together. I actually spent several weeks calculating more complex and spatial clustering maps, looking at Gettysord hotspots and local Miranzi, only to later find out that I had to keep the number of layers fairly minimal for it to function properly. It's also important to emphasize that this is still a prototype, like I've mentioned, so it's not ready for community just yet. But even with those limitations, the dashboard's been really useful for surfacing these inequities in who has access to social infrastructure and who doesn't. It gave me a much clearer sense of patterns that aren't always obvious in the raw data. And it confirmed for me that availability, just the sheer amount of infrastructure, varies a lot across neighborhoods. And so looking ahead at some of my next steps, I'm looking at three main directions. So first, of course, refining the methods, experimenting with other platforms. I've seen a lot of other great tools today that have really inspired me to keep going with this project, to make my map application more interactive. That'll make it possible to show other dimensions beyond availability as well. Secondly, I'm gonna start collecting my qualitative data from my dissertation soon, and I'm really excited to incorporate what I learn from lived experiences into my mapping application to consider those other dimensions of access beyond availability, and really understand how people are accessing or not accessing these spaces. And then finally, again, like I mentioned earlier in my talk, really the goal is to go beyond research. I'd like the final product to be something that communities themselves could use to understand inequities in access and really advocate for changes in the neighborhoods. And I see this as laying the groundwork for the tool that doesn't just describe inequities, but really helps people act on them. Thank you, of course, to this fellowship. It's been such a great experience. Thank you also to the postdoc in my lab, Yue-san, who helped me a lot with data, as well as my advisor, Jessica Finley.
Thank you. This is fantastic. You actually answered part of my question in your second bullet about integrating the qualitative insights, which I think is fantastic because you said this is a prototype, but it's not yet community facing. So I'd offer that part of the community should somehow get in there before you do that. But the other thing is around accessibility, which also can be synonym for use, right? Because I would say that desirability is also a dimension of access that we don't often think about because we're not talking to the community because they don't want it. If nobody wants it and just the researcher wants it, it's not going to get used. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you.
Mallory, thank you very much for that presentation. My question is, probably I missed it. Quantitatively, how did you conceptualize access? Did you just look at density of those social infrastructures? And then in the dashboard, I know that ArcGIS Online has its limitation when it comes to dashboards. But are you able to filter those social infrastructures to identify, okay, what are the religious sites? Can you filter that out based on the dashboard? I'm just curious to know. Thank you.
Yeah, so for your first question, I was only able to get so many layers into the dashboard. So for, to get here to the symposium, I just put all of the density per 1,000 residents per census tract onto the dashboard. I have a lot more, like I mentioned, like hotspot and clustering analyses that haven't yet made it into my dashboard. But just for looking at different population distributions and understanding how many sites per group of people in that census tract. We're looking at, per 1,000 residents in each census tract. And then your second question, sorry, can you
Are you able to filter? Here's Oktoberfest.
I don't know what that was. Yes, this data set unfortunately doesn't have point data. And that's something we're trying to figure out in my lab because point data would be awesome. And scraping off of Google Maps is not always reliable because sometimes there's not, a home address for a small business is not actually where the business is, So this data set's really great to look more broadly, but to really get that fine-grained, granular access that I'm sure that I will hear lots about in my qualitative interviews, which I'm really excited for. Point data would be a lot better for that. So I'm toying with a few different data sources, but yeah, thanks.
I was wondering whether part of the solution might be having an accompanying story map, which would be kind of like a map collection that you could, that might not have the limitations that the dashboard would have. So you could have showing your cluster analysis, showing different maps, showing different kinds of patterns.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's, especially after seeing a lot of examples today, I think having honestly an asset map and a story map and a dashboard would be awesome, all housed on one website. Yeah, that's a great suggestion, thank you.
I think we have time for one more question.
Hi, this is super interesting thinking about access across different social infrastructure. I want to know more about your thought, how you came to the decision of using a dashboard instead of an asset map or a story map.
Yeah, thanks for that question. Honestly, the biggest deciding factor for me was not having point data. I was thinking I would do an asset map until I was like, oh, like the data that I have available to me in the timeline of this fellowship, I didn't like to figure out how to scrape all the Google Maps data or Google API data or using a source like that, or versus paying a lot of money for another data set. That was not really in my wheelhouse. So that's why I decided to go for the dashboard, but I think that this would work really well as a thematic map or an asset map. Sorry, not a thematic map, an asset map. I learned that in the workshops. Especially if, qualitatively a user is like, okay, moving to Denver, for example, and wanting to know, okay, what areas are good for like sports clubs or, things that they're interested in. Yeah, that would be a really great way to visualize that.
Do you want to give
one quick point.
one last question?
It's not a question, it's more of a potential resource is, so if you look at the SDOH Place search function on the project, see if the community asset, like there's an option to look at point data of community assets, and that ends up being helpful. We have a GitHub that shows you how to extract that from Nominatum, I don't know how to pronounce it correctly, but it's basically like a coalition of organizations like Meta and Apple in opposition to Google who are creating their own version. It's kind of based off of the OpenStreetMap data, but that might be a starting point that will be less expensive than Google Maps, and you can refine that over time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that suggestion.
Final round of applause for Mallory.
We'll do it. So on the official live stream, that will be all that we have for y'all today. This will be the end of day 2. Tomorrow we will be back here by early around it's like 8 a.m. for brunch and the final round of research talks. I know and also to clarify, because I know some have already asked me about the dinner with colleagues thing, so it's not really like here, but more so an invitation for all of you to group together amongst yourselves and have dinner and talk about today's events and that kind of stuff. So yeah, we're all done for today. We have this room for the next 30 minutes. We also in the back have plenty of leftovers, so if you want to take some sandwiches for your hotel room or wherever you're residing in Chicago, please do so. Yeah, thank you everyone.